Sí.
Passion, rather than a type of work, is a challenge to build a fairer, more just and more sustainable society. Those are just some of the reasons why today you are meeting here in the city of Granada, the city of the Alhambra. This international congress serves as a framework to share experiences, projects and research. All thanks to power, the magic of exchange. Distinguished Regional Minister, Distinguished Vice Dean of Extension and Heritage, Director of the Engineering School, General Manager of AVRA and also President of this Congress, distinguished authorities, speakers, participants, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Live, here with us in Granada, and also those of you who are following us from many parts of the world via your screens. This year we also have the translation service via streaming. The public administration has served as an example through the organisation of this second international conference on innovation and sustainability in social housing. Science and knowledge today will be the protagonists and form part of this stage. We will hear from people from the public and private sectors, with professionals from the fields of housing management, construction, the industrial sector and also the technology industry, and also the equally important contribution to science of the university and its research centres, which serve as an important point of connection and which has to be treated as a whole, as you all know. In this inaugural session, we have the tremendous honour to be accompanied by the Regional Minister of Territorial Restructuring, Development and Housing, Rocío Díaz Jiménez. Good morning, Rocío. Good morning. Distinguished Vice Dean of University Extension Programmes, Victor, Director of the Senior Technical School, Santiago, and General Manager of AVRA, the Agency for Housing and Rehabilitation of Andalusia, representatives of the universities of Spain and Portugal who are attending today's session, and also professionals in the sector. Good morning to everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Senior Building Engineering Technical School for having offered its installations to stage the second edition of the International Conference on Innovation, Sustainability and Social Housing, organised by the AVRA, Agency for Housing and Rehabilitation of Andalusia, the University of Granada and also the Association of Public Housing Developers. This Congress will give us the opportunity to learn about the latest experience and research that's being conducted in the field of construction and maintenance of housing, much of it focused on achieving greater sustainability. And this Congress will bring together representatives of different Spanish universities such as Tarragona, Valencia, Navarra and Seville, as well as Granada University and also the University of Oporto in Portugal, and also professors and students in architecture and also representatives of private, public and municipal housing companies. This tremendous diversity highlights the importance of bringing together and combining know-how from the public and private spheres to take maximum advantage of absolutely everything that will ensure that we have more sustainable social housing. Our society is increasingly aware that we must all be committed to protecting our environment and reducing the environmental impact of human activity on our planet. As regards housing construction, that new reality has to be addressed on three fronts: the environment, on a social level, and also from the perspective of the economy. And this requires a determined commitment to innovation, the search for constructive materials and techniques that are more sustainable. In Andalusia, we are striving to work towards that goal. As you know, our region, our autonomous community, has the largest housing stock of public housing in property, and we also aim to increase this number with a large number of properties available for rent. The regional government of Andalusia is convinced that the best way in providing access to housing in contrast to interventionist measures which will give rise to legal uncertainty, is to increase the offer of housing stock. And we work with we do this on a committed basis since 2019 until today. We've promoted the construction of 4,000 homes, and we have programs underway which will increase this figure to 10,000 homes. Many of these homes which are being built will be constructed in Andalusia and correspond to social housing, and a large proportion aim to increase our public housing stock. In fact, AVRA is promoting the construction of state-subsidized housing with own funds or through very novel programs such as the exchange of land for the construction of housing through a strong commitment to sustainability. And at this moment, I'd like to give you some examples. AVRA promotes the construction of 60 homes for rental in the Matadero district in Cádiz and 18 protected or social housing homes in San Roque in Seville. By virtue of the land exchange program for property, there are 2 projects which will increase this to 108 homes, divided between Huelva and Córdoba, promoting at the same time 69 protected homes in the automobile park here in Granada and another 33 homes in Úbeda in the province of Jaén. In addition, with next generation funds offered by the EU, which we manage through the Eco Vivienda program in Andalusia, we will also be able to undertake important programs to ensure that our housing stock is more efficient from an energy standpoint. And the Eco Vivienda plan is accompanied by 614 million euros in funding, of which 241 million will be channeled to the refurbishment of urban and residential homes, and 73 million for the promotion and development of new homes for rental at accessible prices in energy sustainable circumstances. And this is going to ensure that we will be able to focus on 33,000 homes, which will be accompanied by an investment of 1 billion euros, which will generate 29,000 jobs in the sector. And this will also reduce CO2 emissions annually by 100,000 tonnes. Through the 6th arm of the Eco Vivienda plan, 3,093 energy sustainable properties will be built, and these will be carried out in a large proportion on AVRA-owned properties. Of those new homes, 92 will be here in La Ciruela. And in the same area, and as an example of this commitment to innovation and sustainability on the part of the Andalusian government, AVRA will promote the construction of another 30 homes for young people using wood, thanks to an agreement that was signed with the University of Granada in order to investigate the use of wood in the construction of social housing. This commitment to the use of this type of wood is accompanied by the search for more sustainable approaches for using poplar wood, and the regional government of Andalusia is playing a key role in this respect. And now for some years, it has also been committed to the use of new technologies, introducing the BIM system, which will facilitate the integral development of construction projects. All of these advancements will also have a positive impact on our environment, but will be accompanied by the need to take into account social economic conditions and also climatological conditions in each location when undertaking a development project. Environmental sustainability must necessarily be linked to our social commitment, and this conference is going to give us the opportunity to move forward towards that goal, demonstrating what we're doing here in Andalusia. We're very proud of our work here, and we're also very proud of what's being done in other regions in Spain to continue improving. In short, we hope that this meeting, which is being organised for all sectors that engage in the construction, rehabilitation and refurbishment of homes, will facilitate the transfer and exchange of scientific knowledge, and that altogether we can move forward towards a building system which is much more in line with what society is demanding. I hope that this conference will be fruitful and also an important step in order for us to add to our commitment and make important contributions to this sector, which is of so great importance.
Muchas gracias, consejera.
Thank you very much, distinguished minister. And I'd now like to hand the floor to the director of the Senior Technical School of Engineering and Building at the University of Granada, Juan Manuel Santiago.
Venga, muchas gracias. Buenos días. Como director de la Escuela Técnica Superior.
Good morning. As the director of the Senior Advanced Technical School of Engineering and Building in Granada, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the second International Conference on Innovation, Sustainability and Social Housing, ISVIS 2023. Firstly, I would like to make special mention to some of the representatives representing the panel of experts. Iñaki Ábalos, who's the founding member of Ábalos Sentkiewicz in Madrid; Bruno Sauer, who's the general manager of GBC, Green Building Council of Spain; Vázquez, who's a dean; Pepe Elena Fiez, Ana Sanchez Ortiz. As regards the institutional representatives, Alicia Martinez, thank you for attending this event. The Secretary General of Housing of the Regional Government of Promotion and Development, the delegate of the Regional Ministry of Development, who's also present, Alberto Bayona, who is the Director General or General Manager of Asibinsa, and the President of the Technical Architect Association of Granada. Thank you very much for attending. In representation of the different universities, I would like to evidently mention and state, because I think there are many representatives here, and I cannot, for example, read through the whole list of people, because that would be an endless process. The director of the Advanced Technical School of Engineering at the Polytechnic of University, Mr. Zamorano, who's the director of the School of Roads and Canals, Mr. Molina, who's the dean of the Business School of the University, and representing companies, Juan Antonio Martín Pintado, who's the president of the Via Agora Corporation, Ignum Tech, and Rehabiter, the president of the Association of Developers and Builders in Spain. I would also like to welcome the members of my governing team who are present here, the directors of the departments of the school, and also the rest of the participants. Welcome to everyone. And in line with these words of thanks, of course, I have to thank Juan Carlos del Pino Leruite, Director General of AVRA, and also President of the Technical Committee. Congratulations for all of your work in the organisation of the event. And the result is this conference. And I would also like to thank the Scientific Committee that has also evaluated the different presentations and papers. But a special word of congratulations to the Technical Secretariat for their wonderful job in the organisation of the event. I've been monitoring their work, and I know that it's been extremely they've been extremely busy. I would also like to mention Dr. Elizabeth Suarez Vargas, the professor who's an associate professor at the university's PhD program, and also Dr. Lourdes Gutierrez Carrillo. In its final format, the conference combines the technical aspects without losing its scientific nature, which in short is what a Congress is all about. In terms of the general exhibition, if there's one thing that characterises the world today, it's uncertainty. In classical economics, students would learn that economic crises would normally occur every 12 to 15 years. However, there have been too many crises that have happened one after the other since 2017, and it seems there's no end, whether they're financial, economic, or related to the pandemic, or even wars. And finally, the debate about AI, artificial intelligence, because it seems that even in this case, the experts don't know where we're heading. A few days ago, Dr. Francisco Herrero, one of the most renowned scientists and researchers in the world in AI, gave a conference at the school to bring us up to speed on latest advancements. And everything that he said has now been obsolete. There are two variables that have to be considered: the use that's made of artificial intelligence by governments and corporations, and also the autonomy that AI acquires in the future. Its development is exponential at this moment. But since I'm very optimistic In the midst of this uncertainty, I think that the promotion of the knowledge that's generated at universities, innovation and transfer are the cornerstone of this process and should underpin all of our activities in the construction sector. The construction sector has to be very attentive to the challenges that we will face in the short term. Construction is always said to be responsible for approximately 1/3 of CO2 emissions to the atmosphere, and hence climate change and global warming. So I'm sure that the conference will give us interesting insights into all of these different themes, and I will try to summarize very briefly. In the field of renovation and urban development, well, these are very close to this school. We offer a master's program on renovation, on energy acoustics, and also heritage management, and also end of master's projects and also doctoral theses are carried out, which also chart the way forward. Given urban growth, which seems to be unrelentless, and following the introduction of the law to promote sustainability of the territory in 2015 until the period 2021, there's a clear commitment to regeneration. This will provide guarantees for the sustainability in the sector. We can also mention the use of next-gen funds. We cannot allow that many of these funds are returned to the EU due to a lack of valid initiatives. In terms of industrialization, the construction sector also faces important challenges in terms of traditional construction in our country, and this has become even more evident in recent years due to the shortcomings in terms of human resources, right through from labourers through to specialised technical staff. It requires an improvement in the working conditions and also a reduction in occupational risks. And with the increase in digitization, we spend more time in buildings with more technology and systems than a mobile or a computer. Furthermore, the sustainability of the system, circularity and energy efficiency are important. The school carries out first-class projects related to material recycling, and one of our professors appears among one of the most prestigious authors worldwide in relation to energy. Wood for Future project, and the main representative is the Dean Antonio Gallego and also Professor Guaita, who's also in the auditorium today, and we have to thank them for their work. And also the implications of prefabricated walls and concrete. These themes will be used as as the regional minister mentioned, to build a young people's home in Granada. But the future and the path forward have been charted, have been set, so we hope that the use of poplar wood and pine in construction projects, which will also be accompanied by work at the laboratory which has just been set up at the former site of the old sugar mill here in Granada, will help us to conclude this process whose success is guaranteed. And finally, related to comfort and quality, there's a strong commitment to social housing. Urban centres are becoming gentrified. Touristification and tourist rentals are displacing the autochthonous population from the centres of cities, which are losing their essence and their soul. So public-private collaboration should serve as a driver in order to facilitate access to property and housing in the centre of cities, which is common practice in neighbouring countries. Article 47 of the Spanish Constitution declares that all Spaniards are entitled to enjoy a worthy and adequate home, and it attributes the responsibility to public authorities to provide the necessary conditions and to establish the necessary rules and regulations to ensure that that right can be exercised. And to conclude, I would like to just refer very briefly to my school. I know that I have mentioned my school throughout my presentation, but I would like to mention the latest study of the Employment Observatory of the University of Granada. In its longitudinal analysis on the integration of young people in the labour market between 2018 and 2021, it highlighted that building construction students occupy first place in the ranking of employability of students from the University of Granada. So we're on the right track. There's a clear opportunity to reset and reorient the sector to ensure that it's back on track, and we have a wonderful opportunity to do so. Congress, thank you very much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias por...
Thank you very much for your kind words. The director of the Advanced Technical School, and I'd now like to hand the floor to the general manager of AVRA and also the president of this conference, Juan Carlos del Pino. Thank you, Carmen. Good morning to everyone. As the General Manager of AVRA, the Agency of Housing and Rehabilitation of Andalusia, and President of this Congress, please understand that my first words will be words of welcome to all those of you who will be participating in person or online in this conference, a conference that we've organised with so much enthusiasm at AVRA. For me, it's a great pleasure to be here with you this morning at the school and here in Granada to celebrate the second edition of the International Conference on Innovation and Sustainability in Social Housing 2023. Distinguished Dean of the University, Distinguished Director of the Advanced Technical School, Congress participants, dear friends, I would like to reiterate all of the words of thanks that were mentioned by the Director before me, but I would please accept my thanks for your attendance. So welcome to the inaugural event of ISVIS 2023. Which was formally inaugurated a few minutes ago by the Regional Ministry of Development and Territorial Structuring and Housing, Rocío Díaz. The second International Conference on Innovation and Sustainability in Social Housing seeks to achieve various objectives. Firstly, valorise the work that was carried out by AVRA, which has been described in detail by the regional minister and also the director of the Advanced Technical School in relation to all of the work that the agency carries out and which is applied to the housing stock that's managed by the agency in relation to innovation and sustainability, the aim being to improve energy efficiency and thus develop more sustainable homes, ultimately aiming to improve the quality of life of our citizens, because citizens are always at the centre of everything that we do. But the spirit of this conference is to share practices with other companies and administrations and other professionals and researchers from the university. And following the example that was set in 2021 with the first conference, in the second conference, we would also like to reaffirm our commitment to industrialised construction and also the application of systems with eco-materials such as wood, all with a view, among other objectives, to minimise the environmental impact of our activities. So with these goals in mind, as I've just highlighted, at this conference we will strive to measure the carbon footprint of the Congress itself, following the recommendations of a protocol that was signed by the regional government of Andalusia last March with a view to encouraging environmental friendly practices. The carbon footprint of this conference will be compensated with the planting of a small section of forest in Andalusia, and at a later stage we'll give you an explanation of the formula, and we would like to ask you to participate so that we can quantify that carbon footprint. Our combined efforts are crucial in a sector which has and must have the ability to reinvent the situation, a world that is threatened by contamination and the shortage of resources. We don't only have the responsibility to encourage this dialogue and debate, but also embrace a firm commitment to ensure adequate management of resources and the adoption of instruments that are not just necessary but available. Therefore, the aspiration of this conference, which is celebrating its second edition this year, this international conference, we hope will serve as a place of reference for dialogue and debate through a firm commitment to professionalisation, modernisation and capacity building in the construction sector. With this aim in mind, we've prepared a complete programme which will revolve around 4 thematic blocks: urban regeneration, digitization, construction 4.0, sustainability, circularity, energy efficiency in the housing stock, and finally, comfort, quality, and commitment, social comfort and commitment to housing. There are two keynote speeches, one after the inauguration, which will be given by Iñaki Ábalos on innovation and sustainability, and a closing keynotes presentation on sustainable housing in the European context, which will be given by Bruno Sauer. Both keynote speakers I would like to thank so very sincerely, because we are aware of the enormous effort they made to be with us today and tomorrow, passing on their wonderful knowledge and experience. We've also organised a roundtable which will share reflections and with the panel formed by experts such as Juan Gómez Pintado, Unai Logroño, etc. And two roundtables on best practices. The first one this morning, which will give us the opportunity to learn about experiences in the historical quarter of Toledo, Navarra and Bilbao. And the second one tomorrow on Thursday. And for that one, we want the university to present its experience. The Congress is also full of presentations and scientific studies which will provide a greater insight into the sustainability of social housing. And I apologise for not reading out the names of all of the speakers, but you will see from the programme that they are of top class. We also hope that the Congress is highly participative. For this purpose, we've incorporated a new element, the Podshare, which will allow 30 experts to share their initiatives on site in a more dynamic manner for those of you who are interested in learning more about their projects. In this way, this will also encourage greater exchange and communication between the participants. And finally, I hope that you have a wonderful stay here in Granada, a city that welcomes you with its arms open. We hope that you will participate as much as possible, because given the long list of prestigious speakers who will offer enormous knowledge, I think it's also important to take advantage of the opportunity to exchange experiences and know-how. And of course, I would like to thank the organising committee for all of their hard work in the organisation of this event, the technical secretariat, the committees, the technical and scientific committees, our collaborators, particularly the University of Granada, the speakers, the participants in the panels, and also the best practices fora in this new format, poster format, which we've also introduced, which will also you will find interesting. And I'd like to also thank everyone who's signed up for the conference, both those who are attending in person and those following online. And with that, I hope that you enjoy extremely valuable and enjoyable ISVIS 2023. Thank you. Thank you, Director General of AVRA and President of the Congress. And now I would like to hand the floor to the Vice Dean of Extension Programs and Heritage of the University of Granada, Victor Medina Flores. Good morning to everyone. Distinguished General Manager of AVRA, Director of the Advanced Technical School, Distinguished Minister, I would like to extend my welcome to the Regional Minister of Territorial Restructuring, who's had to leave, and they inform me that they had to leave due to their tight schedule. For me, it's a great satisfaction to stand in for the Dean, who unfortunately is unable to attend. She did participate in the inaugural session of the first conference, but she has a very tight schedule, particularly in the recent days. As you know, very shortly we will embark on elections, so she has an even tighter schedule than she would normally have, and she's normally had over the last 8 years. But this gives me the opportunity to share this inaugural session with you, to share this presidential panel with Rocío Díaz Jiménez, the recently appointed Regional Minister of Development, who's actually, this is her first event, so I thank her for that, because I knew Rocío beforehand when she was responsible for the management of the Alhambra. So I think that we have an important representative at the regional ministry in Andalusia who will protect our interests. And it's a great satisfaction to be able to share this conference with the agency, with AVRA, And the university shares all of the objectives that have been presented by all of the speakers who preceded me. The University of Granada, an academic institution, strives to generate knowledge and know-how and engage in research. And the regional ministry takes the University of Granada very much into account whenever undertaking any policies in the field of development and innovation, sustainability, as part of its responsibility in government. Education and training on new procedures is done in collaboration with the educational institutions, as evidenced by all of the references that were mentioned by the director of the Technical Engineering School. Engineering school is not just a benchmark entity, not just in terms of construction techniques, but also in relation to all of the different activities that have been organised for our graduates and postgrad programs, to ensure that our graduates and postgrads are able to tackle any challenges they face in this demanding sector. None of this would be possible unless it was accompanied by progress and advancement in research and knowledge, and clearly for us that is fundamental. Reference was also been made by the director of the technical school to the many different lines of research and activity that are being carried out with the incorporation of new projects, which are attracting and receiving substantial economic funds which can be used to transfer that knowledge. So the fact that we're able to have access to these type of life funds, colleague Anthony is responsible for these, in relation to the reuse of poplar wood. That's a clear example, and is a wonderful example for all of us. And it's something that the university should feel proud of. As regards new technologies, well, the application of new technologies in the construction sector is a clear challenge. It's a challenge that the University of Granada can also feel proud about and actually boast that we have tremendous capacity to tackle this challenge relating to the incorporation of technical developments in the construction sector to reduce resources and minimise the environmental impact, and also ensure that everything is much more accessible, and see how we can apply all of this to social housing. In this respect, social housing should not suffer the consequences of lower capacity for investment. So all of these innovative proposals that are developed in the field of science and technology can also be applied in social housing in order to enhance the quality of this type of housing stock. And I'm sure that the regional government of Andalusia has realised the importance of this for future development. And everything I've just said is perfectly aligned with the 2023 and 2050 agendas, and even with these the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Very specifically, SDG 11, which focuses on what perhaps is more related to the adaptation of urban centres in a more sustainable, safe and inclusive manner. And in this respect, housing clearly fits in, but transversely. Mention's already been made of the environment, because it's something that concerns us all. Construction faces an enormous challenge there, because that's where much of the CO2 that's produced comes from. And the fact that we're able to use materials such as poplar wood will not only enable us to reduce the CO2 emissions in the course of construction processes, but also see how we can develop forest mass in order to develop more, to produce more wood, so that we can continue working towards all of these goals. And on that point, I would like to congratulate the policy that's been adopted by the regional government of Andalusia, this collaborative framework, which has also led to the implementation of this technology and the use of these new materials in this initiative, which we hope soon will be a reality. And of course, our collaboration with companies has been fundamental. Our participation in the Sustainable Architecture Cluster in Andalusia is fundamental. The chair that we recently signed is another clear sign of our collaboration with business. It's clearly that business has to embrace innovation, because obviously we're talking about a circular economy in which all stakeholders, whether public, private or academic or entrepreneurial, all have to collaborate together. So this type of conference offers this type of opportunity. It gives us a chance to work together, all from our respective spheres with our respective responsibilities. We're responsible at the university for education and research, but public administrations have to promote these policies and also channel all of these sources of funding that the European Union is making available, and also businesses which will receive all of these initiatives, collaborating extensively with the university. And I believe that this is the clearest example that we can show society, namely that working together we can advance more. And in this respect, the university is very proud to once again be able to support this initiative and to ensure that this space in which we can share knowledge and experiences will be fruitful for the sector. So I hope that the activities that are proposed over the course of today and tomorrow will be fruitful. These different spaces for us to collaborate, as mentioned by the President of the Congress, and also the director of the Advanced Technical School, also allow us to engage in a deeper debate on 4 fronts: sustainable construction, industrialization, Industry 4.0, and also energy saving, renewable energies, which is something of great interest. Mention's also been made of the project which is actually going to begin immediately with the development at the former site of the sugar mill. Architecturally speaking, a very important site. It's one of the most important examples of industrial architecture in Spain, which will serve as the headquarters for many of these projects. In fact, the first project will be implemented there, but all of the teams there will be linked in some way with the school, but also with other universities, because the technical school has a strong relationship with other European universities, and of course with Spanish and American universities as well. And it will serve as a space for development, focusing on sustainability, efficient construction, circular economy. So all of these initiatives have to be promoted, because they will be of utmost importance in the very near future. So I would like to ask you to take maximum advantage of the next 2 days, exchange your experiences, and try to advance as much as you can to address all of these challenges. And I would like to offer the collaboration of the University of Granada, because you will always receive our unconditional support. And we hope that after the second conference we will be able to hold more conferences in the future. So, on behalf of the Dean, I would hereby like to officially declare this conference open. I hope that you will enjoy these 2 days of conference, but also try to find time to enjoy the city, which has so much to offer. And I'd like to just welcome those who are following us via streaming. I know that only those of you who are here in person will be able to enjoy the city of Granada, but in any case, I wish you the best of luck for the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Víctor. Es verdad que los que nos ven a través de la pantalla se pierden muchas cosas, pero bueno, les invitamos a esos que nos veis por ahí a que la ciudad de la Alhambra siempre os recibirá con los brazos abiertos, sobre todo cuando estamos tratando temas de tanta importancia y tan vitales como los de hoy. Ya el presidente de este congreso, el director general de Abra, adelantaba esa curiosidad, que no es una curiosidad, realmente es una apuesta clara por la sostenibilidad, que era el medir la huella de carbono de este congreso, de este evento. Pues bien, según las Naciones Unidas, un evento sostenible es aquel que garantiza un bajo impacto en el medio ambiente, pero no solo eso, sino que también deja un legado positivo en la sociedad. Yo al menos cuando me dijeron esto decía, bueno, ¿y eso cómo se hace? ¿De qué manera? Pues me dijeron, Carmen, no te preocupes porque tenemos un vídeo explicativo para ti y para todos los asistentes que va a aclarar de qué manera se mide esa huella de carbono. Tenemos ese vídeo preparado por allí. Vamos a ver cómo podemos...
Bienvenidos a la Escuela Técnica Superior de Ingeniería de Edificación de Granada. Hoy inauguramos el Congreso, ISBIS 2023. Este evento durará los días 10 y 11 de mayo. En este evento se van a calcular las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, y se realizará la compensación de la huella de carbono obtenida, teniendo así un congreso neutro en carbono. Para ello se ha utilizado el Greenhouse Gas Protocol, y sus 3 alcances. El alcance 1, son las emisiones directas de gases de efecto invernadero, que provienen de fuentes que son propiedad o están controladas por la organización, por ejemplo, las emisiones de las calderas o vehículos propios. El alcance 2, estas emisiones son indirectas, y están asociadas a la generación de energía eléctrica, vapor, agua caliente o frío adquiridos y consumidos por el evento. El alcance 3, también son emisiones indirectas y ocurren fuera del evento pero están relacionadas con sus actividades, por ejemplo el catering o los desplazamientos de los asistentes. Todos estos datos serán recopilados y cuantificados, para obtener el total de las toneladas de CO2 que va a emitir el Congreso. Esta huella de carbono será compensada a través de bosques de la península ibérica, más concretamente en Córdoba, Andalucía. ¿Nos ayudas a calcular el alcance 3? Escanea este QR y rellena un breve formulario, para que podamos completar este estudio. Luchemos contra el cambio climático desde hoy.
Esto merece un aplauso, porque yo esto... Un protocolo aprobado recientemente por la Junta permite eso mismo, hacer y medir esta huella de carbono, que por cierto, estáis en la ciudad de las tapas y yo lo comentaba, de las tapas y de la buena hostelería, donde se come bien, donde tenemos unos bares estupendos. Como yo sé que todos los asistentes a este evento sois gente comprometida y que creéis en lo que hacéis, algo muy curioso, lo digo simplemente para que os informéis. La Asociación de Hostelería de Granada tiene dentro un proyecto que se llama La Huella Verde y es súper bonito cómo los hosteleros también se han puesto de acuerdo para dentro de su sector hacerlo un sector sostenible. Recordamos que tenéis que escanear ese código.
Please scan this QR that we showed you beforehand so that we can calculate our carbon footprint and offset it. And now, officially, we are going to begin with the inaugural speech by Iñaki, Ábalos, Vázquez, Ábalos, Sentkiewicz, architectural firm. He is doctor and architect of the High Technical School of Madrid. He has also been the Kinderton Profession Critical of Professor in Architecture, and he has also worked in the Department of Architecture of the University of Harvard. He's also been visiting professor of Columbia University, Architectural Association in London, and the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, and as well as Princeton and others. In 2006, in partnership with Renata Sentkiewicz, he founded Ábalos, Sentkiewicz firm, and their work stands out for proposing original synthesis coupled with technical rigor, form and imagination, disciplinary integration between architecture, environment and landscape, an approach that they have called thermodynamic beauty. His inaugural address will be about sustainability. So please, sir, we welcome you. His address will verse on innovation and sustainability.
Bueno, ya sé. La pantalla completa.
F5, a ver dónde está, dónde tenemos.
Pues salud, la espalda.
Aquella luz de allí es la que nos deslumbra un poco. ¿Cuál es el F5? ¿Dónde está el F5?
Ni puñetera idea. Epa, no lo veo.
¿Alguien que sepa la pantalla completa?
¿Dónde está el F5?
Lo hago yo.
¿Lo haces tú? ¿Pero no tiene una tecla F5?
Sí, pero hay.
Ok, gracias. No estoy. Aquí no estoy.
Gracias.
Vamos a ver si con la siguiente estamos. Joder. Yo creo que sí, ¿no? Yo creo que falta una conexión, ¿no? ¿Pero lo sabes tú mejor? ¡Hola! Ok, así. Vale. Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation and presentation. It is actually difficult to choose what to touch on in this speech, inaugural address, because all of this is linked to many issues that are essential and different. And of course, within the construction sector, all of this is compatible. So I've tried to focus my address today on how we understand as architects these links. Or not specifically architects, but how, more importantly, how in the construction sphere and sustainability sphere, how architects and the people involved in these processes have built a dialogue with the different sustainability, climate change and AI agents. We are trying to establish bridges and ways of understanding and create a kind of liaison between these two groups of individuals. It is in this sense that I wanted to tell you very shortly how we started my architectural firm. We wanted to start with the industrial architecture because we saw a market niche and also because we thought that it was essential to have technical knowledge, because when you start creating drawings, you don't know whether this can be a reality or not. So this is a very good way of entering into the labour market. Well, we created 3 water treatment plants, which was very, very interesting because they're industrial buildings that are simple, but we went beyond just the building. We managed to have an incursion in the organization of the different pipelines of water networks and understanding this design. We were very successful because we optimized the land use and leave 1/3 of the land available for other structures that would be needed in the future. What we learn in technical schools is how to simplify and organize illustrations. And so when we collaborated with engineers, we managed to create very good work. The president of the autonomous region said, Legina, and he said, you have a kind of Swiss architecture, don't you? Because you take into consideration all of this. So we were very applauded for our work, and he was a great boss. So these are the 3 water treatment plants. They are very rational, and the construction techniques were basic, but it was what we were asked to do because the lifespan of these installations is long, but we have to have a very industrialized and quick building of them. Luis Gordillo, the painter, the Andalusian Seville painter, drove by this area every day, and he loved it so much that he asked us to build his house. This is again a block of flats that we created, a social housing block. At that time, this area, which is in front of the M30 in Madrid. At that time, like I said, things were only built with brick. What we wanted to do is an inverted facade with an insulation camera and a flexible facade made of metal that allowed us to adapt it better to where it was located in the M30. When we started the excavation, we were very aware of the fact that noise insulation was essential. We used construction systems that were flexible, that hardly any internal pillars, and this building had commercial use parts and housing parts. And with this, what we achieved was avoid the continuation of the road that was around that area and use that space for a park, which was great. This architectural work allowed us some independence and autonomy, and at the same time we used modules of 780 which were flexible except for the nucleus, obviously. And so the partition walls allowed for a lot of flexibility. Something that we really did enjoy, if you have a look at the center house, followed the standards of social housing. We had lots of problems in using this model, but we thought it was very important. 2 years later, with the then mayor, we visited this building, who also liked architecture. And I think the most important part of that visit was that this housing building was going to be for youth, for students, and at the end they provided it for a group of gypsies that lived nearby, and it was a fantastic change because they looked after this building very, very well. And a lady that opened the door when we were doing the visit said that the thing that she loved the most about her house was that it had a foyer. And the subtleties of architecture are essential, as you see. The building was constructed with normal traditional systems, like concrete. Some people like it, some don't, but I think this building was beautiful. And the users, who were those that enjoyed it the most, really liked it too. This photograph was taken a few months ago. They created that road in the end, which cut in half the park that we had. But in any case, most of the houses around that area had to be renovated constantly, whereas our building didn't. Now, moving on to waste treatment plants. This was a European building call, and we won it with over 3 points. And what we did, well, this is when we couldn't use the no renders. We did this by hand, and we used a system that included the classification of waste by weight. So we wanted to use a kind of dented terrain, a kind of hillside, to build this building, so that it would help with this system of classification. Unfortunately, we couldn't put a green roof in the whole of it, because at that point the municipal technicians weren't happy. However, we did use a green roof on part of it. The area was quite a barren area, and the land was used for building blocks and for different debris. And it had an annex for other different recycling of grounds. We did it in a metallic structure. We used polycarbonate, recycled polycarbonate. We had to go twice to Germany and ask the Germans to provide us with recycled polycarbonate at the same price because they wanted to charge us double. So we had to go twice to negotiate this, but we managed, we convinced them. And the roof was interesting because it had autochthonous and local plants, so that the building would be preserved rather than deteriorated. Everything within this building was innovative. The recycling plant was organized linearly, and then at the top we had the tankers. But on the right-hand side you'll see that there is an office area and a patio that joins and separates the different areas and makes this a homogeneous block. Built really with a constructive system, metallic one, which is quite simple. But basically this hill construction allowed us to move the debris and the waste from the top to the bottom, which allowed as well for us to earn those extra 3 points. And I was talking to Soto about this. Sometimes what you have to do is create a situation where you have the advantage. What we did is increase the size of the staircases so that they were wider and they could include also school visits. And with this trick, it is one of the most visited public buildings in the region. It is visited by people that come and visit the city. It has a 20-year lifespan, and then it will be demolished or it will be used for other purposes. So I think it's important for us to have a look at the images. This is the interior courtyard, and on the left-hand side you see that there is a part that allows us to access the roof, because it also has a museum of recycling, and so the pupils can go inside and they can understand how the different materials are recycled. They also go up to the roof to see the surrounding areas, and then they see the installations. Here you see the patio. Now it has more trees, obviously, and these are the areas where we gather the debris and the recycling materials. And really, it's very interesting because they can access the different waste and transport it. We understood at the beginning that we could create institutional buildings from the industrial point of view. And we built also a general services building in Mérida, and the climate is quite difficult. So this leads me to our next project, this space, which also had a green roof, and which is different floors that can be used for labs, for libraries, for teaching. And the only trick that allowed us to be awarded the building of this construction is that the top floor was used for office space, and we built a running circuit on the top of the roof so teachers could have some exercise. As I'm also a teacher and I see how important it is to move around. Here you see the differences of the different floors. We had to, of course, comply with the fire regulations, minimize solar radiation, without, of course, losing the views, because it's not warm all year round in Mérida. the climate is quite reasonable during part of the year. Here you see that they have an area for the teachers which has 2 floors, and here you also can see the small little trees that they planted. Everything was bare. It was painted directly, and it's simple but functional, and it worked very well. Now I'm going to move on to housing and apartment blocks and buildings. We, in this project, used the same concept of the M30 building in Madrid at a different scale. It had commercial use at the bottom of the building, and then houses. What we did is create 3 towers for housing and 1 tower for offices. It was easier in management and easier in the construction. And we got awarded this building contract because we presented a very good project. We built this in an area which was at the end or the limit of the city of Pamplona, overlooking the Parque of Salburua, beyond which is the house of a very famous cyclist, which unfortunately there are some interventions from the public which we cannot hear. What we did to imprint some character into this building is orient the buildings so that you can see different angles of the buildings as you walk around them, and thus it gives them a kind of sculpture character, which you can see here. And it's we avoided the buildings being in one line only, and by creating this perspective, it allowed us to create something more beautiful. We also studied the shades, and we studied the part of the area where it was built that had a small lake. Most of the houses built in this area were private housing, but these are social housing and public housing. We see here the facades, and some of the other buildings around were smaller, and the facades were less, were more humble, I guess. In terms of the parking space, we created a kind of lake area around the buildings to adapt it to the context where it was built, and it made the area more private. These buildings were built in a very singular manner. They don't have a lot of material. This is an office which is completely bare and accessible, built with inverted chambers and double polycarbonate. And what is important here is that in order to economize and to avoid problems with piping, what we did is we created a rigid tube that acts as a unit, and we freed the whole interior of diagonal piping. It was simple to do, and on top of this, what we carried out is the construction. And actually what we decided, because we had to insulate this area, instead of having 14 layers, we added an extra layer that allowed us to make it fire resistant. And we did this very quickly, and it was economically viable. Here you can see the use of the structure. We use very simple systems that allowed us to build very livable housing. The windows, of course, had to be good because they needed to insulate us from the cold. And it's worked really, really well. We proposed at the time having blinds on the inside, and we designed only one tower with specific blinds that were drawn from the outside that were metal, and that looked good, but it was only in one tower. This is another house in the Basque country that we designed. It's a co-living that we built before the co-living was in vogue. It's in Itziar. It's on top of a hill which overlooks the Cantabrian Sea, and you can see as far as Biarritz. It's an incredible place. On the right-hand side, you can see a container. And this had an old house, the Itziar old house housing estate, which was almost in ruins, where a family lived, and they decided to create a house that could have four independent living areas for 4 families, and that was linked at the same time so that family life was made easier. So the mother lived with her sister, and her children lived there too. This is the area where we built it, and they have a beautiful beach nearby, and it's really very picturesque. And our challenge is how we were going to achieve autonomy and co-living. We decided to use the terrain inclination. So within this family, one of them was a painter, Aramberri, one of the best in Spain, and internationally he's very famous. The other brother was an agriculturer. He was a farmer, and he managed their forest and their agricultural plantations. Actually, in the forest they create pellets, which also are sold in the market. And the other family, other brother, was an economist, so that they asked the artist to discuss the artistic side with us of the project. And the person that was in charge of agriculture then became, actually, he got a degree in building, so that he could help us with the building, and the economist helped us structure the economic plan of this project. We built it very satisfactorily, and here in this image you can see the different layers, and we created also an area with a big terrace where all the family could come together to have lunch and stuff, and the different layers were for the different members or the different families. So at the bottom was the mother, then the second 2 layers was for the other 2 families, and on the top was the artist studio. We used technical systems that were simple, a structure that was also made in metal, and then we use recycled aluminium, which are kind of have small indentations. We have an underground level as well, where we have the archives for the artist. And the different elements that we chose really were very carefully designed. And it really was interesting because the project was adapted to the transformation that the family had suffered. The mother wanted 2 doors, one for the kitchen and one for the house. And then you get to the terraced area and it is connected from the outside or from the inside. And they wanted to have this house very accessible in case something happened to the mum or the auntie. And these are details of the different parts of the house. And yes, of course, they were beautiful, but they were also very affordable. They also built this beautiful staircase. They did the actual structure, the strass. They did everything, and this has been one of the most interesting buildings that we've ever created. I insist in these details because I think when we talk about innovation and sustainability in construction, one of the best things is that people be included into the project, that people fall in love with architecture, because they have to live in these buildings. Because when you create a building, it's almost like birthing a building. So if you create a relationship with the house that you're going to live in, it's fantastic. You can see the sea at the far end, and they had beautiful views. The legislation required that we had the roof slanted in different levels, and because they had to imitate the traditional buildings. We showed the artist, Yvonne, how his house was going to be built. So his house was a small 30-meter square area, and then his painting studio. When we surrounded it with trees, and we respected the natural surroundings, it looked fantastic. This is, I don't know if I still have time, but I wanted to present to you another project in Valencia, the social housing, which don't really look like social housing, really, buildings, because this looks rather luxurious. In Valencia, in this project, we wanted to use industrial means, but without linking it to the social housing idea that we have in our mind, which generally tends to be very ugly, but it has to be built that way. What we wanted to do was associate this to a more bourgeois luxury, so the people within it could be comfortable and happy. This has been a success. Generally, within it, people haven't left. It's only they kind of, if the family grows, they try and buy other apartments, and the building has kept very well. It's got one person that does the maintenance, and it really is wonderful for us. We are very proud of it. It's in an area in Valencia near the port, near the Albufera, near the sea, oriented towards the south east, and it's next to an area where they have urban allotments, which was a failed project where they wanted to do towers and allotments, but that didn't work. And so we started with the first tower, and now this project has moved on and there are more towers. Basically, what we tried to do was mimic the Torre del Oro, or the Golden Tower in Seville, and create social housing. This is the south facade, where we have the best views, and so we wanted to use curved lines and make this facade beautiful. We called it the Sun Tower, Torre Solar, so that we could reminisce with regards to the Golden Tower in Seville. There are different floors, and back then they received the highest environmental recommendation by the regional government of Valencia, and we were very happy to receive this recognition because it was difficult. We used, of course, inverted vaults. We selected glass. These are the different types of apartments, very similar, but they're different. And the more elaborate areas are part of the living rooms, and then the rest are quite simple. Sometimes, because of urban planning legislation, municipal architects limited the amount of square meters that terraces could have. And we decided that we didn't want to build terraces that were very small, that where only pretty much you could put an air conditioning unit, but we wanted to increase the living areas that were outside. We built it with prefab kitchens, staircases, and toilet areas. And we asked a Dutch construction company to create the facade, which was a lot cheaper than Spanish. I really like this one. It's one bedroom apartment, 20 square meters, but it's beautiful. Here you see, it's quite simple actually. Here you see the different ways in which we closed the building, and the different ways in which we created the windows, and here you see the way it was organized, the different degrees, and this is the construction phase. We did something that's not very usual. We created light blocking curtains inside the sleeping areas. But it makes the living areas hotter, but it also made them easier to maintain. It's worked really well, and in fact, they haven't caused many problems actually. Okay.
Fatal, pues no ven el paisaje hasta que tienen 18 años, pero las manías de que hasta 1,20 tiene que ser de un vidrio tal y tal, pues bueno, pues son los que, no sé, yo no tengo la culpa, vamos. Y entonces bueno, aquí se ven un poco los balconcitos, que son un poquito, ¿no? Muy poco. Mira, aquí se ve, esto lo hicieron Bleda y Rosa, los fotógrafos de Valencia, hicieron como durante el día cómo se iba cambiando la luz, ¿no? Es un poco el objetivo que tenía el proyecto, que tuviera una cierta vida, ¿no? Y brilla desde lejos y quedan bien chulo, la verdad. Bueno, o sea, y esta es la vista así. Y acabo con una de madera, a ver, una de madera. Voy a acabar muy rápido. En un sitio un poco más frío que Valencia, y muy pequeñita. Es una casa y taller para un artista bien conocido, Álvaro Ellen, que está ahí pues por la parte más alta de Suiza, que está ahí camuflada entre otras, que es de madera, está hecha la estructura y todos los elementos de madera, y también la fachada pintada de blanco para que se mimetice, ¿no? En una ladera muy fuerte. Y aquí a ver si bueno, yo creo que no voy a enseñar más que el proceso constructivo, porque son 2 minutos creo, pero es fantástico porque aquí también es gracioso, ¿eh? 3 hermanos tienen una empresa constructora. Uno se dedica a la madera, otro se dedica a todo lo metálico, otro se dedica a todo lo sostenible, y tiene una empresa constructora, y se hicieron esto como en 6 meses, y encima se filmaban, la filmación la han hecho ellos, y lo hicieron impecable, ¿no? Y bueno, es claro, es un sistema que ahora, no sé, yo no sé hasta qué punto hay
There's a lot being preached about this in the newspapers regarding the use of wood in Spain, but I'm not sure there is a lot of forest in the Basque Country, but I don't think that this would work everywhere. You know, this property is in the middle of nowhere. And we're talking about very hardwood properties here. You know, there's also problems with many of the insects that damage wood that are coming up from Africa and they're reaching Europe. So it's no joking matter. And sometimes fashion can be very, very dangerous. I think we should be cautious. We work with Solar, which is one of the best sustainability standards in the world. We became very good friends when both of us studied in Harvard. And he taxatively says that we're living a fairy tale. We're deceiving all of the architects and engineers. The only thing that's important, and this is very urgent, is for there to be sufficient space in all of the provinces in Europe to engage in the recycling of, or separating sands and also concrete. And 3, aluminium. And this is something we do very well here in Spain. In Galicia and in the north they have excellent industries. And if there were centres like this for recycling in every province, we would save an infinite amount of decarbonisation at kilometre zero, and we would actually be using resistant and tested materials, because many of these modern materials are tested. And he says this, and I'd like to repeat his message, because he knows what he's talking about. I know that in Andalusia there are some initiatives like this. I don't know how many. I know that there was a concrete recycling plant in Valencia, but I think it's important that we consider this. We should listen to the wise, because they tend to always be right. And here you can see them digging a 100-metre deep hole. In 24 hours they perforated this hole, and they used really, really simple methods. And as I said before, this was built by 3 people. I'm not sure if they've finished this project or not. There you can see the details of the layouts. You know, we proposed them and they would develop them. And there you can see some material photographs. You can see that the lights, the windows at the top, you know, are rather larger because they have less sun in the north. And these curtains would also diffuse the light. We also had built this false ceiling in order to, let's say, soften the sound, absorb the sound. There's the window. This is really interesting. An artist's studio, in an artist's studio, the artist needs to rest his eyes but also be able to see, and depends a lot on the light. So maybe if he would go out for a break, he needs something to look at, and he doesn't want to see too many colours. And this balcony serves for the artist to disconnect and to rest his eyesight. And the most important thing is that they didn't polish the wood so much as they would have liked, because sometimes in Switzerland they have the tendency of polishing the wood so much that it looks like plastic. And you know, there were 15 guys that were painting the house here in the morning. Anyway, that's the way it looked at the end. Thank you very much.
Todo el tiempo, ¿no? No sé si hay preguntas o cómo queréis hacerlo. No. Vale. Muy bien, ya está.
Gracias, Iñaki. Os recuerdo que frente a la puerta de entrada.
And you that at the entrance there's a QR code. It's important that each and every one of you scan the QR code to calculate your carbon footprint, something that we refer to constantly at the beginning of this Congress. Now, during the break for coffee, I'd like to encourage you to stop and have a look at the posters, which will also be displayed outside at the entrance, so that you can also exchange your ideas with the authors. So we will now have a very short coffee break. We'll be back at 11:15. Be punctual, And the speakers for the next block, block 1, please try to be here a little earlier so that we can sit you down, set up the microphones and get ready. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
When it's burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only know you love her when you let her go. Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. I'll speak a little louder, I'll even shout. You know that I'm proud and I can get the words out. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Be with you everywhere. Something's happening to me. My friends say I'm acting all peculiarly. Come on, baby, we better make a start. You better make it soon before you break my heart. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. You Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I've fallen and I don't know what to say. Come along, baby, we better make a start. You better make it soon before you break my heart. I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you every day. I wanna be with you everywhere.
Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging
Vamos tomando asiento.
Hey, could you please take your seats? Everyone's back. Welcome back. I'd like to invite these speakers who will participate in the first block of presentations at this Congress to take their seats.
What was such an easy game?
So, in this International Congress, we're going to begin with this first block on rehabilitation and urban rehabilitation and renewal. In recent years, the way of addressing problems of environmental sustainability and social and economic sustainability in cities have been through different rehabilitation and renewal projects in the urban fabric. The presentations that we've given in this block will focus on providing more in-depth information based on analysis of contemporary processes. They will also talk about different interventions and projects undertaken by public administrations, from promotion and financing. And they will talk to us about experiences in rehabilitation, maintenance and sustainable projects in heritage, which forms part of protected urban centres, without ignoring, of course, social adaptation of urban spaces to climate change. Of special relevance will be actions which will aim to achieving the SDG goals of the United Nations, aimed at developing safe, resilient, sustainable cities. Committed to guaranteeing access for citizens to the basic necessary services which are safe and accessible, as well as the improvement of neighbourhoods, reducing the negative environmental impact caused by cities. We will begin with a block which will be structured around guest speakers, scientific presentations, ending with a Q&A session and dialogue on best practices and a round table. We will begin with the guest speakers. The first speaker is Vázquez Peixoto de Freitas. He is a head teacher on construction at the Faculty of Engineering at Oporto University. He is the author and co-author of approximately 400 publications, scientific publications. More than 10 books of his have been published, and he's also the coordinator and author of more than 1,000 projects and studies on comfort, energy efficiency and buildings. He's the member of different institutions of great relevance and importance in this field. He has an extensive CV, and all I've done is just touched upon a very extensive CV, which is equally brilliant. Vasco, it's a great pleasure to welcome you this morning here. God, I was thinking of the evening already. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here this morning. Welcome. And the title of his presentation, it's over here somewhere, is as follows: Energy Efficiency and Comfort in Social Housing, the Best Strategy Against Energy Poverty. A round of applause for Vasco, please.
Buenos días, muitas gracias por la invitación. Es un honor, un privilegio participar en esta importante conferencia. Não hablo perfeitamente o espanhol, vou fazer minha conferência em inglês. The topic of my talk today is the energy efficiency and the comfort in social housing. I think efficiency energy is one point, comfort is another different point. My presentation is divided in 6 points. First, the social housing in Portugal. Second, the problem of the efficiency and the comfort in social housing. The importance of the measurement of the energy consumption in social housing, because the theory and the practice gives different numbers. The problem of the energy poverty and the consequence in the health and the mortality. The traditional financing programs that we have in our government, and a new approach for financing renovation wave, taking account the minimization of the discomfort inside social housing. And finally, a short conclusion. In Portugal, we have about 2% of the dwellings called social housing, only 2%. I think most of the social housing have some degradation problems, and until 2050 it is necessary to improve the energy performance of these buildings. In Porto Town we have 13,000 dwellings that we need to rebuild, and the strategy is very important. The energy conservation is solved now. We increase the thermal performance of the walls, we increase the thermal performance of the windows, we take in account for summertime the solar protection, we implement a lot of time exterior shading that is crucial for the comfort in summertime. I think this problem is solved. But the ventilation is not solved. We need smart ventilation systems. We need a ventilation with different rates in summertime and wintertime, during the night and during the day. We need to improve the quality of our systems of ventilation. This is not completely solved. But our idea is to create best condition for people with low income to live with quality in the center of the town. But we have a big challenge to create near zero energy buildings. And to have zero energy buildings, we need to implement renewable energies, solar panels, PVC panels, biomass, or heat pumps. And it is important to know very well the way that the families use the building and the way that the families use this type of equipment. So it is crucial to understand the difference between energy efficiency and comfort inside dwellings, because sometimes the poor families don't have comfort. The goal is to minimize the discomfort inside these houses. And the strategy for the envelope and the strategies for the systems implemented, it's very, very important. It is crucial to take into account our specificity, our specific climate. It's different in Granada, in Porto, or in Oslo. It is important to take into account the economical situation of the families and the cultural aspects. In Europe, everything is different. In the center and the north of Europe, we need to eating every time, but in the south of Europe is different. If we increase a lot the performance in winter time, sometimes in summertime we have a lot of discomfort. This equilibrium between summer and winter, it's very important, especially in social housing, because the families most of times don't have enough money to pay the energy, to pay the bill for the comfort. All European countries use the same model. Our idea is to have a good level of energy certification, and the goal is until 2050 all buildings goes to near zero energy building. This is the goal, of course, this is the correct goal. But we have a problem. If we compare the real consumption of social housing and if you compare with the theoretical consumption, we can observe a big difference. A lot of studies show clearly this difference. In social housing, we need to take into account this situation. This is a problem. The problem is we find a difference between theoretical energy consumption according to our model and the real energy consumption, especially in southern European countries. And this point, it's very, very important for the decision. Another question is, does energy certification translate energy consumption and CO2 production in social housing? And the answer is no, don't translate. And it is necessary, the second question, why don't translate, is clear in our country. In average, in Europe, most of the countries spend more 60% of the energy for space heating. It is not our case in Portugal. we spend less 20% of the energy for eating. And in social housing, it is low, the money put in eating. This situation, it's very important to take in account. Of course, it's different if you compare Portugal or Belgium or Austria or Finland. Another point is, what is the best strategy? Is the energy efficiency in social housing or minimizing discomfort? In my point of view, in our point of view, is minimizing the discomfort, especially because the families spend a small quantity of money per year for eating. So the most important thing is to rebuild the buildings, take into account the comfort or try to minimize the discomfort inside. So it is, in my point of view, in our point of view, very, very important to measure the energy consumption in social housing. Nowadays, we have commercial monitoring systems. We can measure energy for cooking, energy for light, energy for eating. It's not very complex. We can use smart power plugs, or we can use sensor connected with the switchboard. We can receive in our PC or we can receive in our smartphone the information. And some months the families don't spend energy for eating, don't spend energy for cooling in social housing. So the energy used in eating or cooling, it's very important for the strategy. It is important to know the good place to put the money in the rehabilitation, and it is not interesting to put money in components or systems that are not very good for the comfort. To finish this part, in my country, in Portugal, eating and cooling don't have the same importance that in the other countries, in the center and in the north of Europe, and especially in social housing, the energy spending for eating and cooling is very, very, very low. So we need to make a reflection about the energy poverty and the consequence in the health and in the mortality in the families that live in social housing. This family have a low income. For these families, the price of the energy is higher. The government sometimes gives some money for the poor families, but it's not enough to eating and cooling your house during all year, during all time. So we try to establish a correlation between the average monthly temperature and the mortality. For example, for Azores Island in the middle of the Atlantic Sea, the temperature is constant along the year. The mortality don't change a lot during the year. But for example, for Porto area, we have some months with average temperature below 15 degrees, the mortality increase. And for example, in Bragança, with a similar climate to Zamora, the mortality increase a lot for these poor families in winter time and of course a little bit in summertime. So we need to think about temperature inside the house, because with low temperatures in winter we have a lot of problems of molds. Of course the ventilation is crucial to solve these kinds of problems, but the heating is very, very important, and if you have moisture you have degradation of the air quality. So increase the temperature with low cost for the families every month, in our point of view, is the best strategy. We need to take the good decision with the money available in this kind of process. Traditionally, the government put money available to rebuild social housing. The traditional financing model is the following. Have a reduction of the energy consumption. 30%, 50% is not important, depend of the program. In reality, it's not very complex. We propose a program. It is very easy to explain theoretically that we decrease the energy consumption, we decrease the CO2 production, and we have a payback in a short period of time. This is the theory. Because in social housing, this is not the reality. And to have N0 energy buildings, especially in historical city center, it's very complex because the integration of renewable energy is complex. And the renewable energy, it's a very good strategy, but we need to take in account the durability, the maintenance costs, the management, the efficiency along the time, etc. So we need to think about these kinds of problems. To rebuild is good, but the money is not very high. Sometimes we need to take decision about the best point to make investment to increase the quality and the comfort. And a lot of economic stake in the payback calculation is doing, because we use the theoretical consumption and the real consumption is not equal to the theoretical consumption. So in the technical and economical point of view, these programs are correct. But in reality, to receive the money, we used a convenient in truth. It is not true. It's theoretical true, but in the reality, it is not true, these kinds of programs. So to finish my presentation in the 5 minutes, we propose a new approach for financing renovation wave. I think until 2050, we have a big challenge in all European countries to rebuild dwellings, especially to rebuilding social housing. And to minimize the discomfort for us is the key word for this strategy. Why? Because in social housing, we use intermittent heating. And of course, in some areas, intermittent cooling. So, the best strategy, if we use intermittent heating and intermittent cooling, this is the practice, needs a different approach that we use normally for a house when the comfort is not discussed. The energy efficiency and the decarbonization is the two keywords for the next feature. In our approach, we need to make a calculation of a passive discomfort index. What is a passive discomfort index? We have acceptable comfort in winter time, is this horizontal line. We have acceptable discomfort in summertime, and the blue area represents the passive discomfort index in winter, and the orange area represents the passive discomfort index in summertime. And it is good to mix both, because we need to have equilibrium between winter and summer, especially in the southern European countries like Portugal and Spain. If you use heating only 2 hours, we decrease this discomfort. For example, if you're eating 2 hours, we reduce the discomfort. And you can make the calculation of this area. It is not difficult. If you have a tool, we can make the calculation of the temperature each hour along the year, and this calculation is not very, very, very complex. And you can, for example, change one window, or increase the insulation of the roof, or control the ventilation, or create shading devices, or put renewable energy. Everything can be studied with this approach, with the fluctuation of the temperature inside social housing, with intermittent heating and intermittent cooling. To do that is not difficult. Nowadays, we have available tools, thermal tools or hygrothermal tools. It is not very complex. We have the geometry, we have the outdoor climate, we have the composition of the envelope of the building, we have the properties of the different materials, and easily we can make the calculation of the temperature and the discomfort. And you can prepare tables like that to help the decision maker to take the best decision in a specific complex of social housing. The orientation of the house is important, of course. The hours of heating or cooling is important. The performance of the roof is important. The performance of the window is important. The performance of the ventilation is important. And you can calculate the percentage of time with discomfort. Some solution is a red solution, is not so good. Green solution is acceptable solution. And with the same quantity of money, we can, using the building physics approach and the calculation of the temperature, to define the best configuration for our complex of social housing. In my point of view, I finish, of course, the energy efficiency is very important. The approach B, it's very correct to increase the certification level. It's very good for the decarbonization to have near zero energy buildings, but the calculation of the index of discomfort is crucial for social housing. And this is the best way to choose solution A or B, component A or component B. In conclusion, to finish in my time, in 15 minutes, I said social housing is a different problem. We need to increase the quality of life of people that have low quantity of money to live, and we need to increase the comfort inside. But the designers have a narrow path to define the best strategy for the renovation wave. Of course, we need innovation. We need to take into account the sustainability, but sometimes the research are limited. And we need to take some decision, and without good approach, sometimes the solutions are not the best. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias por su intervención y continuamos en este primer bloque con la siguiente ponencia invitada, Sergio Nassarre Aznar, catedrático de Derecho Civil en la Universidad Rovira y Virgili de Tarragona y director de su cátedra UNESCO de Vivienda, magistrado suplente en la Audiencia Provincial de Tarragona, doctor europeo en Derecho y máster en Economía Inmobiliaria por la Universidad de Cambridge, académico correspondiente de la Real Academia de Jurisprudencia y Legislación, consultor además en varios organismos internacionales como la Comisión Europea, la FAO o Amnistía Internacional, entre otros. El título de su ponencia, Los retos de la vivienda tras 15 años de crisis. Un honor, Sergio, también que nos acompañe en esta mañana. Muchas gracias.
Sergio.
Sí.
Sí.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias. Como me han dicho que solamente somos 2 o 3 juristas en la sala, pues pido delante excusas. Solemos ser muy aburridos porque nosotros pues no ponemos fotos de edificios y tal, pero disfrutamos mucho en los congresos pues, de ingeniería y de arte.
We enjoy very much being participants in these conferences. So I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of this conference as well as its direction. In 15 minutes, I'm going to try to share with you the sad story of the housing policies in Spain. When we're talking about sustainability and social housing, it really is important to point out that we haven't done a very good job up until now, especially since the financial crisis of 2007. And things don't look good. We're not doing better, we're doing worse, in fact. So it's very important to contextualize the housing policies, how Spain is doing, how the rest of Europe is doing, and try and draw some conclusions. Basically, what I'm going to talk about is the result of several research projects that we have participated in terms of renting, lack of housing, collaborative housing, etc., many of which you will find on the internet, open source. I will also talk to you about the results of our next project about the European housing studies. We have a poster outside. Here you have the QR. It's the first time the European Union has financed a training project for the real estate professionals. And we include here constructions, companies, politicians, citizens, people that work within different registries. And this is the first project aimed at training them all in Europe. And if you are interested, you can gather more information in the QR. When we talk about sustainability, the green side of this diagram, and affordability, we talk about something rather complex. You will find this in one of our reports for the Progressive Studies Foundation in Europe, also open concrete actions for social and affordable housing in the EU. When the politicians have to make choices and they think about affordability and sustainability, they always think about magical formulas like rent control or more social housing or ICO loans, and provide young people with the 20% of down payment for their mortgage. Here, in this graph, we list the 38 ingredients that we need for affordability in housing and more than 30 that are required for sustainability. It's a very complex topic. Energy and energy efficiency are very, very complex. This is one of the 30-something items. So when we think about the different measures that need to be taken, this is another thing that's added on to the list. And as always, this affects those that have less options. And therefore, they suffer the consequences. However, it is very important to contextualize the situation of Spain with regards to Europe. And I must confess, in these 15 minutes, is that we're not doing as badly as we thought. All of the northern countries within the European Union that have spent so much time fostering renting have more over-indebtedness than Portugal, Spain, Malta and Italy and Eastern Europe countries. They double our over-indebtedness of their citizens. This is Eurostat data and it's available for you all, except Greece, which is a peculiar case. Over-indebtedness average over-indebtedness in Europe. Spain is just a little bit above the average because of the policies implemented lately, but up until then we were below. If we go to Denmark, Switzerland, Norway, Belgium and Germany, they are all above our numbers. So, of course, we have to carry on working, we have to improve, but we're not as bad as we could be. This is also a similar case for the families that are in the first in the lower percentages, which has the most humble families. With regards to the different types of tenancies, this is very important because we're talking about social housing for rent and we're talking about social housing that we own. Everything costs and everything has different taxes. The social housing for rent, you can never acquire, and of course it requires people to be subsidized for the rest of their lives that depend on their cities, of their cities. In Vienna, they have this sort of initiative constantly. In Switzerland, we have 6 funds that control 65% of the real estate for rent in Switzerland. So we have 98% of the population in Switzerland owe money to someone, whereas in our case it's only 47%. So a policy of promoting rental rather than ownership has this as a consequence, creating permanently dependent people. In Vienna, 65% of the housing is social. That's great.
Han tardado 100 años. No pasa nada. Nosotros empezamos ahora.
They have been carrying this out for 100 years, and we have only started doing social housing for rent now. In a conference, they stated that if we started working on social housing now, we would achieve it eventually. Great. In Vienna, they haven't changed their political representatives for a very long time. The political party that has managed or has been in power in Vienna has been the same for the last 100 years, which means that there is an impact on democracy. So if the highest property ownership belongs to the state in a village, this has an impact, and this poses a problem. In Spain, Portugal, Malta, and Italy, how have we managed? We have implemented a housing policy that avoids renting and promotes buying. We have built in Spain 6.8 public housing for acquiring. I'm from Catalonia. The president of Catalonia decided that we were going to expropriate housing. And yet, in any case, since 2011, we haven't built social housing. We present Andalusia as a good example of good territorial cohesion. We are not predators here in Andalusia. You have a very sustainable model for the territorial management or the land management. If we own a house and we multiply it by the people that exist, about 18 to 22 million people own their own house in Spain, half of the population. That is why we have quite a low over-indebtedness rate in Spain, and at the moment we have 47% of the families that live in their own house, having paid their mortgage already. So we have a rate of properties acquired of 82%. So from 46% of the people have already paid for their housing. We have a margin for improvement, but when we've done worse is in the last 15 years, where we have promoted rent without bearing in mind what has happened in other countries that have carried out this sort of initiative. As is well known, is that we should not focus only in one type of tenancy, but share it along. It's also important to understand that social housing for rent is a cyclical tenancy. It's only possible to do this when there's lots of money. And our inaugural speaker spoke about it, and this was important for the real estate boom. However, these are built at a moment when people don't want to rent because they can afford their own housing. Yet when things get dire is when renting is important. So from 2017, instead of being more imaginative and invent other formulas, what we have done is increase the pressure. We are going to increase the taxes for those that have empty houses. We're going to expropriate. All of these measures have been taken in other countries, like France, and the results have been modest. And if we ask any research institutes like Ábalos in Catalonia, the current housing project for Spain actually is bearing all of this in mind. And when they asked research institutions what impact this would have, it means that all of these changes in tax means that we're going to, of course, have more money, but it doesn't have an impact on the situation itself positively. We have published a paper recently where we demonstrated that nobody has asked about the evaluation of housing policies, that they have not got academic base, they haven't got academic weight. housing when you own it, a taboo since 2007. Basically, since then it's been more and more difficult to access to a loan to be able to have your own house. And we have expelled the most vulnerable families from the market, and we have condemned families with the lowest incomes to rent. Because rent in Spain has always been more expensive, and since 2012 it is extremely expensive because we have driven families that have less income to rent. As you can imagine, we are trying to use the Swiss model. There's a great concentration of real estate that is now controlled by private funds and wealthy families. Because as families can't buy this real estate, then these investment funds buy them. The families that could invest in buying their own house in 2007 now are the tenants of these great investment funds.
No existían prácticamente antes.
When we talk about this situation, we really have to consider the negative effects that it has had. These families can't buy and they can't rent. We're asking them to collaborate and create co-housings and co-living, and all of you live together. It should be something voluntary. It's not something that we should enforce. During the pandemic in Catalonia, they enforced the 2050 law, co-living, and they enforced the construction, or they supported the construction of 20 square meter housing for co-living. 24 square meters. It's all great. It's all fantastic. The renters are super happy, but the truth is that this is not something coherent in terms of standards of living. 24 square meters is a desk, a bed, and little else. The housing for rent, is a complete disaster. We have had several laws implemented that we are listing here: the RDL 21/218, the 9/219, the 7/219, and the 11/220. Now, in December 2023, like when everything is a complete chaos, we're going to make rental contracts longer, and we're going to cap the rent. And really, this is not something that is coherent. It's really almost expropriation. And now we are going to talk about the Proyecto de Ley de la Vivienda, which is a housing law for 2023 that is under review. The law basically hinders access to housing for those that don't have one. It helps those who are squatters and gets property away from those gets the properties away from those that actually own them. So when we talk about private property, we really that existed in 2007, it ends up fostering squatting now in 2023. But this is not sustainable, and it's not very imaginative. And here I have listed the different measures. First of all, and I think this is more scandalous than anything else I've said, if those of you who are lawyers and those of you who want to, if you read the Articles 7, 10 and 11 of what is going to be the housing law, it touches upon the expropriation of housing of all Spanish peoples. It's the first time that it is possible for the government to expropriate our houses. And how do we do that? But by extracting it from the civil code, which consecrates private property. With the state's civil competences, what we do is change the tenancy of housing and the state will now have the ability to decide what we're going to do with our housing or not. Can I use my flats, for instance, to have an English academy? Well, no, the state will now decide what you can and cannot do in your house. And if we live in a house 4 rooms and we are only a family of 2, well, won't be good because the state will decide. So, for instance, if we want to leave in our will a house to our son, if our son or our daughter has another house, then they can't have 2. So this is worrying, especially pertaining to this conference. The concepts of Article 3 are all wrong. We're not understanding what social housing is in Spain. These concepts are obsolete internationally. We talk about social housing in these situations. So they're pointing me to the timer, so I will draw to a conclusion. The concept that is referred to in the law is not internationally accepted because it's very difficult to understand how much social housing exists in Spain because nobody has counted them, nobody knows how they're managed. So real estate promoters publicly have done a great job, but it's very difficult to understand what the situation. So one of the other things that are rather problematic in this law is the protection of squatters, which is internationally catalogued in a list of people that have no homes, homeless. So really, I believe that this is a very precarious situation. So I leave you with a Chesterton quote: "Giving a vote is not real power, but giving people homes is." So thank you very much. This is our book. You may read it if you wish. Thank you very much.
Sergio, muchísimas gracias por su ponencia, interesantísima. Y perdona si os tengo que cortar o de vez en cuando me veis asomar por ahí, que sepáis que soy un poco más que nada porque tenemos que controlar un poquito los tiempos, ¿vale? Seguimos con la tercera ponencia de esta mañana, no de noche. A mí cuando me ponen a oscuras ya veo la noche. Y bueno, presentamos y tenemos la suerte de que esté con nosotros Alicia Martínez Martín. Ella es secretaria general de Vivienda de la Consejería de Fomento, Articulación del Territorio y Vivienda de la Junta de Andalucía. Es arquitecta por la Escuela Técnica Superior de Arquitectura de Sevilla. Colaboró con la Dirección de Bienes Culturales de Andalucía de la Consejería de Cultura. También participó en la documentación y sistematización de la obra de rehabilitación del patrimonio histórico en Andalucía. Fue arquitecto provincial en la Diputación de Sevilla. Participó en un grupo de proyectos urbanos para la campaña de las elecciones municipales de 2003 a la alcaldía de Sevilla. Ha sido diputada autonómica por Sevilla y portavoz del grupo parlamentario del Partido Popular en materia de vivienda y ordenación del territorio. Desde 2004 a 2014 ha ocupado diversos cargos orgánicos en el Partido Popular andaluz como vicesecretaria.
Andalusia is the Secretary of Housing and Social Organisations and also European Affairs. The presentation that we are really looking forward to listening to will focus on strategies for a public housing park in Andalusia.
Muchas gracias. Sí, bueno, yo no lo había traído en papel, pero bueno.
No, pero para que la vean.
¿Dónde está aquí los papelitos?
Ahí está, ¿verdad?
¿Para pasar?
Con la flecha.
Vale.
Te lo voy a poner en pantalla.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning to everyone. Distinguished Managing Director of AVRA, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this wonderful Congress. And we can see how the Congress is evolving. And of course, I have to congratulate the entire organising team, the speakers, for the organisation of the event. I'd also like to welcome the provincial directors and managers who are with us and the entire team that is here today. Directors of other housing agencies in Andalusia and from elsewhere. And also I'd like to welcome the director who is hosting this Congress here in Granada. Well, we have to accept that this is a very interesting subject. And the first thing we should do when we talk about housing is to, let's say, put demagogic language to one side, because for many people, homes are like temples. It's where people develop their family, personal life during the time that they're on this planet. Therefore, I believe that the social commitment that we have should prompt us to ensure that we're true in everything we say. This right to housing is something that we should all together ensure is a reality for everyone. To begin, just to put us into context, in Andalusia, the total housing stock comprises 4,476,000 homes, of which nearly 3,400,000 are main homes. You also have to remember that housing is used for purposes as second homes or for tourist rental. And in terms of ownership, 78.4% correspond to ownership, 10.3% rented at market prices. Rentals below market prices correspond to 3.1%, 100,000 homes, and freely transferred homes correspond to around 8.2%. If we were to add these final two groups, that is equivalent to 11.3% of our housing stock under rental, or which are transferred free or below market rental prices. And then in the case of social housing, which we all know is housing at more accessible prices, it would obviously require a more in-depth study, but from the 1981 to 2019 historical series, there were almost 500,000 social homes in Andalusia, of which 75% are owned and 23% are rented. Avra, with this important housing park, manages 49,211 homes on a rental basis, and of those, and there's also 22,736 social homes which are in the hands of municipal councils or companies. So this gives you an idea of the current situation in Andalusia. When you invited me to participate in the first edition of this Congress 2 years ago, well, we'd only just landed. In 2019, I joined the regional government, and when we began working on housing policy, we realised that we needed to design a strategy which had to be based on two key pillars: recover the promotion of social housing or state subsidised housing, and secondly, promote the renovation and rehabilitation of homes and residential properties in urban centres. And we talked a lot about the unique nature of Andalusia, of this territory, and mention's already been made by other speakers that Andalusia is such an extensive region with so many contrasting realities that the problems regarding access to homes, to housing, is completely different if we compare metropolitan areas such as Seville, Malaga, Cadiz or Algeciras with, for example, the access to homes and housing in, let's say, mid-sized towns and cities. Therefore, it was necessary to create a housing network that would allow us to continue promoting this polynuclear model in order to endure the maintenance of this network of mid-sized towns and cities in Andalusia. And this is what we've been doing since then. This map shows how the strategy that we launched to promote social housing, and I'm going to focus on that pillar of our strategy. I'm not going to talk about rehabilitation. I'm going to focus much more on the promotion of social housing. So for this purpose, we launched the promotion of social housing, state subsidised or protected housing, as they call it here, which had been abandoned for more than 10 years. And we decided that it was important to recover that promotion of social housing for rental. And why? Well, this is a transition towards a different ownership structure, and this is important in current times where mobility and the current employment context will provide people with accessible rental and also allow them to become independent. And also because the housing park of rented social housing was highly atomised. It was in the hands of private owners. But it's actually a competence of the public authorities to offer rented social housing at accessible prices. So we got down to work and we began to develop a programme to promote the park of social housing for rental. We offered funds in the form of subsidies to developers in order to develop social housing for rental at accessible rental prices. So in contrast to other models, we don't intervene in private property, we don't intervene in the rental prices of private owners. In other words, it's the public authorities that have to respond before citizens when they are presenting these type of developments. So what we did is we would convene the developers, municipal agencies and authorities, and also private companies as well as non-profit making organisations, and different tenders that were organised in 2019, 2020 and 21. So we're in the process of developing social housing for rental with limited rental prices that will be capped, which will offer 2,914 social homes for rental in Andalusia. And this is the result of a strategy dedicated to the promotion of social housing of developing approximately 2,000 homes per year. If that strategy had been developed in previous years, the number of homes that are currently being promised, and nobody's got any idea when those homes will be available, well, we would probably would have had those homes available today. So from day one back in 2019, we decided to make this a key part of our strategy. In addition, this strategy that I said we launched with two goals in mind. On one hand, to recover accessibly priced social housing for rental, and secondly, the construction of social homes in energy efficient buildings as something being reflected in these next generation funds, which were offered by the EU. After the pandemic, Europe promoted economic recovery to combat climate change and the impact of greenhouse gas emissions, revolving around two main axes: the renewal and rehabilitation of neighbourhoods, and we're doing this continuing with the work that we've done before, but also we aim to promote social housing in energy efficient buildings. We're working on this with 3,474 homes already agreed in 20 municipalities throughout Andalusia, in compliance with the characteristics that are required to be eligible for Next Gen funds. So again, we're also, I've put the reason, the text is very small here, but this gives you an idea of the projects that are underway, how these type of projects are being developed in urban centres in Seville, 218 homes, which has been promoted by the Public Housing Agency with an important contribution from the Andalusian government, and other, for example, rehabilitation projects in the historical quarter in Seville, 3 homes in this case, but which will allow us to renew, let's say, the urban fabric in the historical centre, and also projects in smaller towns, traditional buildings that have to be recovered or renewed, such as in Hornachuelos in Córdoba, and at the bottom there's another development project in Chiclana de la Frontera, which is in Cádiz. The idea being to offer 55 homes at accessible rental prices in that locality. I'd like to just announce that this programme was available to the regional governments in Andalusia, but this tool had never been used. We have to remember that the regional government has competence for this, and the state plans actually establish these opportunities. This opportunity to develop social housing was always available, but it was never used by the previous government. Therefore, when we took over government here in Andalusia, gradually we began to embark on these projects, and here's some examples of some of the projects underway. I wanted to show you some examples because they're very important. Examples of different opportunities that this programme offers. For example, in Baza, in Granada, the recovery of the old town hall building, and this one here in Cádiz on the bottom left, which is being undertaken by the Municipal Housing Company, and also another example on the bottom right in Lepe in Huelva. And how are we doing all of this? Well, this is based on distributed management among public and private companies. The public developers are our main allies, the Association of Public Developers in Andalusia. And you all know that we work hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, providing each other with the necessary support. And we have to acknowledge the efforts that are made. With very few technical resources available, we try to provide whatever support is necessary. And the provincial councils also have to be more active in supporting smaller towns and villages. We're providing solutions for smaller municipalities because they have other challenges to address. I don't think we can talk about an empty Andalusia, but we have to avoid regions becoming void of people, as is the case in many other parts of Spain. So here's some examples here. This is from Conil de la Frontera in Cádiz, of a project which is being developed by the public housing company in Conil. Just a couple of other examples. One development project in Osuna in Seville, which is very recent. And on the right, there's a development of 60 homes that was already been handed over to the new tenants. Again, this is social housing with the rental prices capped. Another example of one of our programs, the program for the promotion of the social housing park for rental. 2,914 homes. One of the conditions of this program is that the person has to maintain, or the rental scheme has to be maintained for 25 years, and I'm sure that once this will actually come to form part of the public housing park. So this also requires an investment of 258,000 million euros with important public subsidies. And Programme 6 to support the construction of housing in energy-efficient buildings funded with next-gen funds. Well, we received a subsidy of 173 million euros for this project. And there are 3,474 homes which will be signed off with a total investment of 386 million euros. The unique characteristic of this program is that these are being developed on public land. And the rental period in the second case is for 50 years. And all of this is actually going to materialize very soon, because all of the public and private developers who are going to promote or develop and promote social housing for rental will require, let's say, so-called soft funding, which will allow them to minimize the potential risks given the uncertain climate. So I think that it's important to move forward in that line as well. Here's some more examples. Let's move on to innovation. This morning's presentation by the architect who masterly offered the keynote speech this morning highlighted the importance of the project. For us, architectural quality is important, as well as energy, comfort and services. Here's some examples. This is an example from Dr. Marañón Street in Cádiz, and it's a good job I'm not showing you a before and after photograph. This project was undertaken in collaboration with the University of Cádiz. It is a demo project which has been supported by European funds, the aim being to study the way in which a certified building operates and works in a hot climate. And an interesting initiative has been undertaken in which an obsolete building was recovered. It's a new building, in fact, and you can see what the building looks like today, and also some photographs of other homes. There's a 10-home building from Puebla de Don Fadrique in Granada, and also you can see also some photos of the interiors of other properties in other places like Cádiz and Granada, and here's examples from San Fernando in Cádiz. So these are the maximum exponents of quality and sustainable building, with the great emphasis on prefabrication, accessibility, and also the shape and form of the rooms. And this also has allowed us to resolve a problem that has been extremely important in places where temporary workers go to work in the agricultural sector. For example, in Níjar, in Almería, a project for 62 homes, prefabricated homes, has been approved. And in this case, we've made sure that the development complies with maximum efficiency requirements and also codes of ethics. And also to conclude, well, before I conclude, I'd like to announce that the regional bulletin published a new announcement of a tender for the promotion and development of social housing at accessible rental prices. So the amount will be 33 million euros earmarked for this project. And we hope to receive further projects which will be eligible for subsidy. In the case of Andalusia, we're doing this through two lines which are eligible for funding. One will be for elderly people or for the disabled, with subsidies for up to 70 square meters of usable, livable space, and also another project on a co-housing basis. We know that this is often a hot topic in the news, but in this case, it is going to be the first co-living building in Andalusia, and it is a project which aims to ensure that, that people don't have to just live in 24 meters squared. They have to be homes with common areas, and in short, will offer the same quality of services available elsewhere. So, private developers have already been offering these type of services with different spaces for sport or leisure activities that can be shared by the tenants within the same building. And with that, I would like to conclude. For us, innovation is also about the transfer of knowledge and experiences, something that we're doing here at the conference. This collaboration between the university, business, and administrations. And therefore, our aim is to announce a program to call for tenders in collaboration with universities in Andalusia for research programs which are related to the improvement of home quality. For this purposes, in two tender programs, we've organised one with an investment of 1.7 million euros, 18 projects with 17 researchers in different categories: social housing, residential housing, homes and architectures, architectural heritage, rehabilitation of historical centres and public spaces. Well, we could talk about each of these themes, for a whole day. And we hope to be in a position to be able to hold the first day or conference on research in this field. We brought together all of the researchers who participated in many of these projects, discussing the results obtained, an opportunity to transfer this knowledge and learnings and put them into practice in the developments that we undertake. As you can see, that we're moving forward and there's a lot of room for experimentation. We've done these type of initiatives on several occasions, and we've also done something similar in other call for tenders with 15 projects, 94 researchers, focusing on aspects as important as mentioned by the Vice Dean before, the project similar to the one that is being carried out on the former site of the sugar mill, with subsidies and funding from the regional government of Andalusia. The aim being to ensure the most sustainable development of such spaces, and we're always delighted to support projects of these types. And I think with that, well, I'd like to end with this slide, just to wrap up. It shows the entrance of a building, 55 homes in Chiclana de la Frontera. It's just to add a human touch. It's a mural that was produced by a local artist, and I'm sure that many of you know the Santipetri coastline, which is located near to Chiclana de la Frontera. So the idea is for buildings to be more humane and more human-friendly. So that's the reason why we're always delighted to work with Avra, and we're delighted to work with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Terminamos este bloque de ponencias invitadas y ahora sí que animo a subir al atril a los siguientes ponentes. Sería la ponencia técnica, que es a cargo de la Agencia de Vivienda y Rehabilitación de Andalucía. Ponentes José Ángel García Pastor y David Recio Lebrón. Suban al atril. ¿Dónde estáis? Están por aquí. Ah, genial, genial. Bueno, aquí les tienen. ¿Quién es José Ángel? Por aquí, y tenemos aquí a David, ¿no? Vale. Pues José Ángel García Pastor es arquitecto superior por la Escuela Técnica Superior de
Architect for the by the Architectural Faculty of Seville, and he's head of the Huelva Technical Department for the Housing and Building Rehabilitation Agency of Andalucía. He's municipal architect for La Palma del Condado region, and David Recio is head of the technical section of the Córdoba Regional Directorate of the Housing and Building Rehabilitation Agency of Andalucía, and he's also an architect. He previously worked as a technical architect as a freelance in the private sector, and he has been a municipal technical architect of the Town Hall of Montoro. And they are going to talk about the Land for Housing Swap Program Housing and Rehabilitation Agency of Andalucía, development of subsidized housing for sale, 60 houses in Córdoba and 48 in Huelva. Welcome to the floor, gentlemen.
Bueno, buenas tardes ya. Para nosotros.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be able to represent the Housing and Building Rehabilitation Agency of Andalucía, ABRA, in this second International Conference on Innovation, Sustainability and Social Housing. We are very succinctly going to talk about our pioneering promotion of housing at a reasonable price through the exchange of land for housing swap program. For those of you that don't know us, the Housing and Building Rehabilitation Agency of Andalucía is the main association or organization that the Ministry of the Development, Territorial Structure and Housing has to structure social housing and manage heritage and land. Among the things that we do is the promotion of social housing. We also develop social housing for rent, and we manage the social housing stock of the autonomous regions. We manage around 50,000 houses or dwellings for rental and 25,000 dwellings in different tenure regimes. We have a lot of experience in the management of social housing. As important examples of our management, we have economic restrictions. We have had economic restrictions that have prevented ABRA from allowing loans to real estate developers, and therefore that has curbed social housing. In 2019, there was some recovery in the real estate market, and ABRA started to use formulas that allowed it to multiply its ability to create social housing through two main working activities. boosting the sales of residential assets as well as the public and private collaboration. As my colleague David explained to you, we face the need to apply imaginative formulas for the situation of social housing and the real estate promotion. In previous years, we had managed land, and the land that had been managed was lying dormant. So on the one hand, what we wanted to do is start using those assets that we had in Abra and also allow for real estate promoters to start constructing privately. And I would add also a third objective, which I think is fundamental, provide social housing for citizens, which is our natural aim, of course, affordable housing, housing at a reasonable price that can respond to the needs of the population. How do we organize the house for land exchange program? The first thing that we do is carry out an analysis of all of the Abra assets within our region, our autonomous region, and we see that there is a demand for housing, where also we see that we have land that has been developed, and of course additionally and fundamentally a project that has been signed, so that we understand that we're not selling housing in bulk, but that we are creating sustainable housing that has clear guidelines as to the products that we are trying to create. So how do we do this? I'm trying to move the presentation forward, excuse me. It's stuck, is it? Okay. So what's the procedure? When we select land, we have to understand scale economy, and it has to be at least 30 dwellings for it to be important for the real estate promoters when we select plots, obviously. The mode of this type of plot has to be through tender, public tender. How do we create public tenders where Abra structures plots of land, the real estate company, the construction company? So we calculate the value of the exchange has to be less or equal of 15% of the sale value of the dwellings, premises, garages, storage, rooms, etc. And then we have to add all of the expenses of Abra, the building or construction permits, and the qualification of the land, etc. Once we have this, how do we organize it, and how do we carry out the tendering process? We use different variables, among which are environmental improvement of the building, improvement of the facilities, such as, for instance, air conditioning, domotics, heat control, automatic blinds, others which are not visible but are important, such as support to communities for their creation, so get their sets of housing stocks being built. We have housing also, 69 subsidized housing units in Granada, 33 in Úbeda, and other management actions, 50 dwellings in Málaga and 50 dwellings in Cádiz. So David is now going to talk to us about the housing that are currently being finished in Córdoba. We would like to talk to you more about the projects that we have carried out, which are really interesting and that go hand in hand with the sustainable architecture that we have been talking about, but we won't have a lot of time for that. This project, from the beginning, because it was a project that sprung from a tender of ideas. This is not your traditional tender process, and also west of the area in Córdoba, near the new Corte Inglés stores, and it is the plot of land 3.1 in Córdoba, and it is in the center of this very important area, and it is surrounded by green areas. I want to very specially point to the partial plan 04, which is on the left, and this one, the Government Council on the 18th of April of this year agreed the budget to start the building and construction of 3,600 houses, out of which 1,900 approximately were social housing. So within this sector, we had to develop 54.3% of social housing, which is very good. It is an area of the city that is in full development, and we hope to start building this year. The actual real estate promotion is going to be organized in a kind of three nucleus of communication. It's going to be a 7-floor building, 60 houses in each, 57 of 3 bedrooms, and several of them with 2 bedrooms. And they, of course, comply with the public housing design guidelines. We will have 60 parking spaces and 23 storage rooms. All of this process started in December 2021, and we hope that it will be built by the end of 2023. How it works, the real estate promoter Alzaira, who was awarded the contract, Abra will receive out of this 10 units, 10 dwellings, 10 garage spaces, and 3 storage rooms. In this photograph, we see the opening of the ground, or the groundbreaking of this construction. Juan Carlos, you will remember this day. Here we have the regional minister, Marifran Carazo, and the mayor of Córdoba, and our general manager, Juan Carlos. These are the people in the photographs. Some more photographs of where this plot of land is. And I want to highlight the archaeological activity that we developed, because this area is very close to the archaeological site Medina Alzara. And here we see the south and west facade construction, and we have the 3 nucleus communicated, or the 3 buildings that are communicated in this center. And very succinctly, I'm going to talk about the technical improvements that were proposed in this tender. The pre-installation of AC centralized air conditioning systems, and very importantly, in Córdoba, we wanted to bear in mind that it's generally hot, but it's also very cold, and one of the most important proposals that we accepted was the installation of heating through radiators for every one of the houses, the insulation of the kitchens, and the installation of the kitchens themselves. On the photograph on the right-hand side, I also want to point out to the fact that we are installing pipelines for rainwater so that they can provide water of more than of several centiliters per cubic meters. That is very important. This is the image of what the building looks like. And I want to stop a second on the price of this real estate. In Córdoba, we're talking about 116,000 euros for a 2-bedroom and 142,000 euros for a 3-bedroom in a prime location in Córdoba. We also decided to create a pool for the common areas, and that was great. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to talk now about the Huelva housing stock. 48 dwelling units, 48 garage spaces and 48 storage rooms. We started it in July 2021 and now we're close to the end, which will be June 2023. And if you want to see a few photographs, the only plot of land that was left in Pescadería, the neighborhood wanted to have sports facilities, but we wanted to create housing. We have had lots of problems with the underground water. We have found lots of mud, and it's been technically challenging. So now the construction is at this stage, very well finished construction. The colors of the facades remind us of the area of the sea close to Huelva, and it's been an interesting welcome. It's been welcomed in an interesting manner by the neighbors. And I definitely believe that the architecture used and the common sense used for the creation of this building and the technicians and all of the people working on the creation of this building has been wonderful. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for listening to us.
Muchísimas gracias, José Ángel, muchísimas gracias, David, y continuamos ahora con el bloque de comunicaciones científicas. Insistimos en el respeto de tiempos, es muy importante para que podamos participar todos los ponentes previstos en este congreso. Y a continuación arrancamos con la comunicación número 1. El título de la misma es Necesidades de actuaciones de vivienda protegida en Andalucía, metodología de diagnóstico de áreas prioritarias para la rehabilitación, proyecto Rehabit. Una de sus investigadoras y autora, Estrella Candelaria Cruz Mazo, Universidad de Sevilla. Junto a ella hay más autores dentro de esta comunicación.
Esta no es mi comunicación. No, esta es la de la anterior. No te preocupes. Esta no. Será esta, ¿no? Necesidad, ¿verdad? Ay, gracias. Vale, te lo pongo en pantalla completa. Oye, aquí creo. Iba a decir buenos días.
I was going to say good morning, but it's now the afternoon, so good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this really interesting forum, in this extremely rich conference from so many different angles. I would like to approach this from the field of geography. I'm a geographer. I would like to ask if there's any geographer in the room. I presume there's nobody. So I'm learning so much from all of you about architecture, construction, building, etc. Thank you. I don't want to go into too much detail, but this project is encompassed within this tender, which has been mentioned previously, subsidies for renewal at the University of Seville. I am the professor at the regional university. It was financed by the regional government of Andalusia through the official housing agency. In terms of the general objectives of the project, it is actually a project that was only awarded very recently, and I'd like to just explain the methodology that's been carried out and some of the preliminary results, which can allow us to give us or gain an insight into what we're trying to achieve. The main objectives of the project, although they are very ambitious, aims to offer tools to take decisions in the scope of Andalusian homing policy in relation to the definition and diagnosis of market areas to satisfy the demand for housing, and also to establish statistical methods which allow us to identify priority areas to undertake rehabilitation projects focusing very much on social and public housing, which are those which are clearly the ones that are lacking most and which need these projects most. The specific objectives of the projects consist of the following. The aim is to create a large geobase where everything is geolocated and mapped accordingly. And this requires the extensive compilation of statistics, indicators, the reuse of this data, processing of the data, and this is a very tedious process because we're talking about a multi-scale database, addressing this from the regional, sub-regional, local and sub-local level, right down to the level of the cadastre. And the aim is to focus on the city of Seville for the pilot project in order to undertake or to apply this methodology. And those are the main specific objectives: to identify market opportunities or market niches, which at the end of the day are the ones with greatest tension. This is a term which has also been incorporated in the new law. And identify the most stressed areas from the standpoint of access to housing, considering that it's in those areas where the most important shortcomings exist, particularly in terms of the market and the interaction between supply and demand for housing. And these different market areas will also present different realities, depending very much on their equipment, their level of equipment and services, the quality of accesses, and all based on different geographical, territorial factors in Andalusia, and also the socio-demographic characteristics which can be identified in the territory, the metropolization of the phenomenon, migratory processes, and how all of this is having an influence on the housing demand beyond the local scale, where social housing is also required. So we can also develop social housing at a metropolitan level and not just locally. So there are different methodological approaches that we're studying to determine and identify these different market areas where we can identify greater stress in the area of supply and demand, and also for us to identify most vulnerable areas from the point of view of the housing law and residential inequality. So given all of these aspects, as Sam Hinks confirmed, it's important to reconsider the different forms of housing, their usage and ownership in order to define the most vulnerable areas, the right to housing and also residential inequality, the idea being to identify the most stressed areas. And this map unfortunately is not up to date. It comes from my doctoral thesis when I wrote it, and it shows total housing actions with respect to the population. I'm not sure if you can see it clearly on the map. There's this type of mesh structure in certain areas, and this indicates the territorial area where housing policy and the different lines have been identified as priority areas for the establishment of social housing policies. And the situation is very unusual and interesting. If we look at this type of map, and we can see that the coastal areas that the law identified as priority areas, have perhaps not been as developed in political terms when revealed with such a basic indicator, the number of social housing developed with respect to the population. And, I think that we can qualify this depending on age group, the number of properties that are registered in the property register, etc. It's there are many opportunities for us to analyse and assess the problems that we face in our region from this perspective. If we approach this from another angle, in the case now of housing rehabilitation actions, we can be a bit more positive in our conclusions. And we can see that depending on the plans that have been carried out over the years, there's been a clear improvement. The different maps reveal here. The last plan that's accompanied by the necessary cartography from 2018 to 2014, there's been an important increase with respect to that incipient period back in 1990-1991. Yes, I've only got 2 minutes, I'll go through this very quickly. And we can observe that there has been a strong impact at territorial level if we analyse this from the perspective of housing in absolute terms. But if we contrast this with population, we can see that this has all been developed in more rural areas where housing prices are lower and rehabilitation needs are different. These are less stressed areas as those in areas closer to the city or town. So in these projects, the methodology is based on the synthesis and compilation or compiling of many statistical indicators. There are many variables that I can't explain here, but each of these variables contains many statistics, different scales. So different types of analyses, a multivariate study, cluster discriminant analysis was also performed in order to contrast and to confirm the different hypotheses. And different indices which will ultimately allow us to territorialise the process based on exactly what we would like to analyse and evaluate. So in this case, based on this preliminary factorial analysis, we obtain 10 indicators. I'm not sure if you can see the screen, but these can also be mapped. And I'm going to focus only on the first one because I don't have much time. We can see that the most dynamic areas in terms of income, population and areas which are under greater stress from tourism clearly appear on the map. They appear in blue in stronger colours, brighter colours, which require more rehabilitation, of course. And finally, and here I will conclude, all of the foregoing allows us to map the process and map different problems and identify different situations that are very striking in the Costa del Sol area, the Sierra de las Nieves area, in the area of Cádiz. There's a lot of discrepancies there, and there are problems which are associated with all of these problems, and there's more homogeneous areas. If we were to perform a dendrogram, for example, in the Guadalquivir or Pedroches areas or the Bética mountain area, well, I'd now like to move on to my final reflections, some final thoughts about the needs. Associated with housing. This project is just in the preliminary phase, and the aim, of course, will be to obtain results at local and cadastre level in the coming months. And of course, and here I will end, I'd like to stress the importance of qualitative analysis. Once we've identified the most stressed areas, we identify what's going on in those neighbourhoods and the needs for a more ecological approach and greater participation, we can obtain more qualitative statistics and variables which will enable us to further our research. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Estrella. Es que había un problema con el cronómetro.
Estrella, there was a problem with the counter, and it was actually now going to indicate 8 minutes, so Estrella didn't know this, so that's why she's gone through so quickly. There was just a problem with the counter. Please, let's respect the times allocated, because otherwise I'm going to feel terrible. Otherwise I'm going to be pushing people to finish, because I know that everything you're explaining is very interesting, but we don't have much time, so I would now like to stop and now move on to the next scientific presentation, the natural conditioning of open spaces using natural techniques. Storage during nighttime and usage during the daytime. The main researcher is Teresa Palomo Amores from the University of Seville.
Acondicionamiento natural. Sí. Vale.
Vale, bueno, yo primero disculpar porque es un proyecto bastante amplio. Durante 8 minutos voy a tener que ser muy generalista y con los 8 minutos súper claves ya voy a tener que ser pues Roberto Leal con el rojo de pasapalabra. Así que voy a ello. La introducción creo que incluso todos lo conocemos: cambio climático, aumento de temperaturas, isla de calor urbana si encima estamos en ciudades, temperatura de las superficies elevadas, movimiento de aire.
In the surfaces, movement of air, and we have problems within cities and we have to do something. We were all really happy in our houses with our AC units. However, COVID comes and we want to go out onto the streets and we can't be in the streets. So, and if we couple this with heat and very hot cities, we have to do something. We see, therefore, the need to create innovative solutions using natural tools and ways to get rid of heat where we can find comfort. So we have the project Life in the area of Avenida de la Cruz Roja in Seville, where we have heat sinks. We have carried out the redesign of different 3 areas where we have focused on short stay redesign of areas like a bus stop, medium term or medium time stays, the redesign of a park in a square. And all of these projects are linked together by a hydraulic network. And I'm going to explain the short stay project for a bus stop. We included a radiation system where we circulated cold water through the metal structure. And I'm not going to stop here much because we're going to explain it in detail in the next presentation. So basically we will circulate the cold water through the structure and that will help people when they are waiting for the bus. So if we manage to create spaces where people for 10 minutes are saying, oh, I'm so comfortable, then we've achieved our objective. I'm going to now focus on the medium stay structure created, which is the patio of our school for the school breaks. We created a pergola based on the circulation of cool water throughout a system. We have a different shading pergola that has inclined planes which have sheets of water cooled that go through this area. It allows for the sunshine to go through and it allows for the cooling as well. And you can see here the solar control shades, and we also include semi-transparent surfaces where we circulate, as I said, the sheet of water that will cool down the surface and will allow for the children to see either the sunshine or the shades. And for the summer, this provides them with cool shelter, which is very important. With regards to the long stay structure that we created, it has more integrated systems, and for the heat and sunshine control, we needed to increase, on the one hand, the number of trees, but we need to take into consideration how long it takes for a tree to grow. So we planted them, but they're still too short. However, we didn't solve our problems. This doesn't help in our sun control, so we created an innovative solution, which is a temporary roof of small fixed structures, and we used small structures so that we could orient them, different slats, so that we could orient them, and this would allow us in hexagonal shapes to slant them towards the direction that we wanted them to. These triangles can be demounted when the trees grow enough, and they are the ones that become that fulfill the role of controlling the sunshine that seeps into this park. And this is something that can be implemented in other squares in the city to reduce the amount of sunshine. However, we also need cold air, and we need to bear in mind confined spaces. So what we did is we designed a bioclimatic bench through which we make air go through on the inferior part. It is cooled air that comes from the hydraulic system, water stored underneath, and once I've got this cold air, what I need to create is some sort of confinement so that people can feel comfortable in a smaller space. So that is why we created a fountain. We can't see it well, but this fountain is located to the southwest. So when warm air hits the area, this water can help to by evaporating and cooling down the area. As well, it can be cooled by the stored water, and this allows us to create an area with shade that is partially delimited, and it allows us to control the air that we bring in, which is cold, and we have circulation of cold air. And this allows us to create a space where people waiting for the children to come out of school or people using this park can wait comfortably. The hydraulic water network joins these three areas. We currently have 25,000 water tanks. I don't have a lot of time to explain the technicalities of it, but this hydraulic network, together with the municipal water company, we managed to create a cold water network that helps for allowing the cooling of these areas. So as conclusions, they really allowing for us to create spaces that are comfortable for people where uncomfortable situations would have happened previously is a good idea, because we increase comfort, and it would allow us to reduce the outside temperature by 10 degrees Celsius, and this would be a great achievement. So thank you very much for your attention, and this is all on my side.
Teresa se queda con nosotros porque también va a presentar una nueva ponencia con otro grupo de investigadores que la lleva a cabo, la Universidad de Sevilla. El título de la comunicación es Solución radiante en una parada de autobús de Sevilla para el acondicionamiento térmico de estancias breves.
Bueno, pues por aquí hemos reducido 8 minutos a 3, con lo cual vamos a ser súper rápidos. Introducción, de nuevo, lo conocemos, cambio climático y la de calor urbana, necesitamos soluciones, de acuerdo. Un refugio climático, y dice, oye, un refugio climático es lo que estamos comentando, necesito que la gente diga, me encuentro bien. Sí, me encuentro bien, lo he conseguido, pero todo estamos hablando de estancias de media duración, de larga duración. Necesitamos puntos de corta duración, como por ejemplo las marquesinas, las paradas de autobuses. Hay muchas paradas de autobuses a lo largo de una ciudad, con lo cual si conseguimos que esas paradas de autobuses sean lugares confortables, que el ciudadano pueda estar bien, resulta que tengo muchos puntos de confort a lo largo de la ciudad. Dice, bueno, ¿cómo vamos a lograr esto? Vamos a intentarlo. De nuevo, esa marquesina con madejas de agua fría en la parte frontal y superior. Ese agua fría se enfriaría con un sistema de falling field que está en la parte superior, es fotovoltaica, por la que desciende una lámina de agua que se enfría por la noche utilizando el potencial de enfriamiento.
Also use the cooling potential of the solar energy. Falling film or the photovoltaic energy will be used for self-consumption of the hydraulic pump and also for the lighting required at night under the canopy, which is fine, but we need to perform experiments to do so. Therefore, a prototype is developed at the University of Seville, which is exactly the same canopy, the same bus stop, with the same falling film system and the cooling water tank. Falling film was researched in a previous case, but in this case it is replaced by a water cooler with the same type of performance. So I would like to go to this side a little bit more detail. It consists of different circuits where the water circulates. Everything is designed to reduce loss of charge to ensure that the water remains within the system during the same time. There would also be a collector with pressure valves, a return valve as well. This is developed within the university at the laboratory, and the fan coil will push hot air in order to simulate a hot day in Seville. Also a radiant or underfloor heating, heated by a heat pump in order to simulate a heat pump which would be heated by solar energy, trying to simulate similar conditions to the exterior. The idea being to launch and analyze the operation and functioning of this canopy. It can be formed by insulated steel panels and also galvanized steel perforated to ensure that all of the cooling would go to the space where people been waiting for the bus. There would be a storage tank, the fan coil, the cooler, the radiant floor. We have also the entire climate chamber. 3 different types of days are simulated using different flows with different temperatures, different impulsion temperature. The flows, again, I can't go into detail about them, but the different flows and different impulsion or propulsion temperatures, and also 3 days that are simulated. A very hot day with a high level of radiation, a day of average radiation with average temperature, and also days with temperatures below 30 degrees. And on this basis, we're able to obtain results for a day on which the temperature is, let's say, low for Seville, which is approximately 30 degrees. We can also see how the water impulsion temperature is very close, where you can't see it there. I'm not sure what's going on here. It's a bit like the discotheque here with the lights going on and off. Are they throwing me? Are they throwing me out? Oh no, it's come back. Here it is again. Okay, we can see that the surface temperature of the canopy is equivalent to impulsion temperature, or it's very close, and the idea is simply to visually show you exactly how we have a canopy which is close to 30 degrees on the left, and within 20 minutes the canopy has a propulsion temperature at 19.5%. There would be a 5th photograph which would be at 18 degrees, which means that in 4 minutes the person that's been waiting for the bus for a period of 20 minutes, or even if it's 5 minutes, would not be at 30 degrees but rather 18 degrees, and in this way wait for the bus in comfort. And if we're able to do this in every bus stop in Seville, then I'm sure we will have the opportunity to extrapolate the solution to many other cities, and I'll skip the conclusions. Thank you very much.
Interesantísima comunicación también la que acabamos de ver.
Interesting presentation that we've just heard. So we're now going to move on to the next block of presentations. Block 1. The best practices. Good afternoon.
Y después vamos a asistir a una mesa coloquio, una mesa redonda.
Have a round table with 5 participants. We've had the opportunity to meet some of them before. And to present the best practices cases, I'd like to introduce you to the first speaker, Jesus Coroto Briteño, who's the manager of the consortium of the city of Toledo. He's an architect and currently the manager of the municipality, and in his career he's focused fundamentally on the renovation and renewal of historical heritage, different buildings and historical sites, which we can highlight the renewal of historical homes in the historical centre in Toledo, and also in Callejon de San Pedro in the Santo Domingo Convent, and also the San Feniri Neri Chapel, and also in the Tres Aguas building, which was produced by Cristina Iglesias. The title of his presentation is The Urban Regeneration in the Historical Quarter of Toledo.
Primero vamos a presentar el caso de buenas prácticas, ¿vale? ¿O cambiamos el formato? ¿O justo...?
The formats. How do you want to do this?
Buenos días.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the regional government of Andalusia, the organisers and the coordinators, particularly given that it gives us the opportunity to study this type of housing, social housing, which is for everyone. I would like to put a different spin on this. A different door that's opened in World Heritage Cities, and as the manager of the consortium of the historical heritage in Toledo, I'd just very quickly like to remind you that Toledo was declared World Heritage in 1986, and since then a strategy has been put into place to create an institution, an agency that would be responsible for ensuring the historical quarter, the old centre, is maintained, preserving its characteristics. The majority, I'm sure you know. The River Tajo surrounds the city. This physical wall, which is, well, it's a wall that's both physical and conceptual, which envelops the capital of the Visigoth kingdom. It was like the New York of Carlos V, and when people see the shield of Carlos V, that was the headquarters where part of the Spanish Empire was controlled. So Toledo is a historical city. For more than 20 years it's been managed by a city consortium with representation of the four administrations. There are four consortiums in Spain that are linked to the Ministry of Economy and Finance: Compostela, Cuenca and Toledo. Over the last 20 years or more, there's been a change in the way these have been managed. Initially the focus was on strengthening the work required on convents and large containers, and in terms of housing, there was a focus much more on concept. Whenever a heritage site whenever their home was declared a heritage site, the policy was to cover absolutely everything, because then they were fearful that the fine arts people would come and take away all of the works of art to the museum. So thanks to the conceptual approach of the consortium, what we now do is contact the technical experts of the consortium, who are almost our friends now, because they subsidise these heritage or special heritage elements. An example would be, well, these type of interventions, as you can see there on the screen, are carried out by the consortium thanks to the fact that there is mutual trust and 100% subsidisation of heritage elements and 30% of elements that are not classified as heritage items. But over the last 20 years, we've carried out projects in more than 3,000 homes and a historical quarter, which is formed by 6,000 homes. We've intervened in 3,000. There's a coordination program, and this year 141 homes were presented by owners that are registered in the local cadaster, and we actually confirmed that they are actually registered as owners in the local cadaster for the historical quarter. So the idea is to promote a living city project to ensure that everyone will have to also bear in mind tourism and citizens that live in these places, and ensure that we don't overstep the mark, which is something that we've seen happen in cities like Venice, where it's now impossible to lead a normal or real life. All that there is in cities like Venice are basically structures that actually don't reflect the way in which people lived in the city. So when we, for example, in this case, this is a baker's. The products are the same, but they're now selling double what they did before after the changing the facade. Previously it was a typically sort of tacky facade which had lost its colour due to the effect of sunlight. So the facades of these bakers and food stores has actually been improved, and now the owners actually receive more customers, and obviously we want to consolidate their position there so they don't disappear. And we try to ensure that we consolidate the presence of the local population in the historical city, and these are the type of regulations that we're trying to consolidate and also attract new population. These are two axes that are maintained. We also have to ensure that there are new families. Through this new approach, the new Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus, is an initiative that we're partners with. We believe that the interventions have to be sustainable. We know that this term is often very ambiguous, but I think that little by little we're beginning to understand this concept of the new European Bauhaus, and it has to be an enriching, sustainable, inclusive initiative. And I'd like to show you a video of tourist apartments and local citizens. It is just a short section of a report on the news in prime time, which reports that tourist apartments are occupying the whole of the centre of tourism. And TV1 says, do you want to listen to what I'm saying? And we'll show you the video and you can see for yourselves. Is there any audio?
Si algún técnico me puede ayudar.
Technicians can help me with this.
Si no lo transmito, vamos.
Well, basically, this lady has an abandoned building next to the cathedral in Toledo, and she was about to sell the building to some investors who wanted to build some tourist apartments. She's saying that her two daughters want a building that they had inherited, which has this dome dating from the 16th century. And with the architect, they discovered that it was completely abandoned. So what we're saying is that before selling this to investors for tourist apartments, the consortium is going to give you the opportunity to make a contribution, a strategy with the consortium.
No se escucha.
Apologize, but the audio of the video is not working.
Bueno, no sé, pasamos.
Okay, I'll move on. This is an innovation project. We're collaborating with the State Attorney and also the Ministry of Economy and Finance and other institutions so that abandoned buildings in the city can actually be included in a regulated database. And we do as follows. If a building is in ruin and the people are not sure what to do with it, and all heritage cities are full of buildings that have been abandoned, buildings that have been inherited by cousins or brothers and sisters, and they don't know what to do. They're full of pigeons, and it's a big problem for all of the people.
Y entonces lo que nosotros hace y decimos a la administración inventar, a innovar un producto
to buildings of high heritage value. And what does this consist of? Well, the lady that was speaking on the news said that I only want 2 homes for my daughters. The rest, 4 homes, I would transfer those to the consortium so that the consortium can find 4 new families that would like to live in the centre and who would like to purchase those 4 homes. At what price? Well, since the price is not clear, the consortium preempts them and carries out a study, and in San Pedro Street, and it's spectacular if you can see it in person. It runs through the centre of the city. It's magnificent just to walk down this one-way street. It is very close to Cathedral, so we can find these type of buildings that appear in the news because they're collapsing. So we say that we're going to put forward 30% subsidy on the part of the consortium. The rest would be presented by the new families and the rest the original owners. And in this way we can organise a tender, we can recover the traditional Toledo style patio, and this will breathe new life into the abandoned buildings. New families can own these, and they will be committed to stay there for a specific number of years as residents and also being registered in the local cadaster. So we can introduce new families, and through this project there's been tremendous social demand for it, and also families that live in Madrid who want to have a larger space, who want to be able to walk their children to school and not want to be 1.5 hours stuck in the underground in Madrid. So this is the type of thing that's being done in the historical quarter in Toledo. In this way we're able to offer people properties for ownership in these rehabilitated buildings. This building belonged to the Municipal Housing Administration back in the crisis in 2008, and we discovered that this space looked like this. It was covered in weeds and grass. There was also an abandoned crane. So we convened the local residents and we asked them what they wanted this space to be turned into. It's an asset of cultural interest. As you can see, there's also a ground level with tremendous coffered ceiling. They now want to have a space where their children can play, and there was plans for this to be turned into a hotel or offices, but the residents want homes. Well, this had been completely abandoned all of a sudden. We decided to organise an open day. We organised a special competition here, for example, for people with local talent, so that they could be represented here as well. So we organised the space, so from the ruins, a phoenix would rise as if from the ashes. There you can see the 13th, 14th century coffered ceiling, the Arab-style wall decorations, and also this actually becomes the neuralgic centre where local residents are able to participate. This is fundamental. Markets, The nuns that are appearing from many of these type of places also form part of the makeup of the city. And this is a space where there'll be homes, a cultural space, public areas for everyone. A strategic management space to position Toledo as a place, as a city which is consolidating its population. Thank you.
Gracias, Jesús. No sé si le parece al moderador, para ir un poco más rápido, lo que hago, leo el currículum de todos los que van a hablar, le doy paso a usted, ¿os parece? Para no hacerles levantarse, sentarse, yo creo que ahí podemos aprovechar un poco más el tiempo. ¿Os parece bien? ¿Comité científico? Sí, ¿no? Venga, voy rápido yo. Bueno, pues el siguiente caso de buenas prácticas, Alberto Bayona López, director gerente de Nasubinsa, de Navarra de Suelo y Vivienda. ¿Dónde está? Está por aquí. Título de ponencia, Navarra Social Housing, una apuesta por la vivienda pública de alquiler a través de un nuevo modelo de construcción sostenible e industrializado. Es director Alberto, gerente de Nasubinsa, director gerente, Navarra de Suelo y Vivienda, sociedad anónima desde el año 2019, donde ha desarrollado otros cargos anteriormente desde 2010. Es arquitecto por la Universidad de Navarra y cuenta con el máster en Dirección de Empresas por Foro Europeo Escuela de Negocios de Navarra. Acredita una amplísima experiencia profesional anteriormente a Nasubinsa en el ámbito público y privado. Tenemos a otro ponente que va a presentar otro caso de buenas prácticas, estará también en la mesa redonda, José María Escolástico, subdirector general de OAL Viviendas Municipales de Bilbao, por aquí. Título de ponencia, Intervención Urbana Integral desde los parques públicos de la vivienda en el barrio de Oxarcoaga, en Bilbao, no sé si lo he dicho bien, estrategias públicas para la regeneración social desde la rehabilitación. Es licenciado en Derecho, ha desarrollado su carrera profesional como abogado y consultor de recursos humanos y calidad. De 2004 es subdirector operativo y jurídico de OAL Viviendas Municipales de Bilbao, donde ha ejercido otras funciones previamente. Actualmente también es secretario de la Asociación Española de Gestores de Viviendas y Suelo. En el ámbito docente destaca su condición de profesor en el máster de Dirección y Gestión Pública de Vivienda y Suelo, impartido por la Universidad Internacional Menéndez Pelayo con sede en Granada, en el curso AVS de Gestión Social de Parque Público de Viviendas, entre otros. Autor de la guía práctica de arrendamientos urbanos
universities, and he has authored the social management of public housing stock, and they are going to talk about the good practices cases. They're going to be part, of course, of a round table where Sergio Nazarre, Vasco Pechotto and other speakers will participate. What I do want to do is introduce you to the moderator of this roundtable, Manuel Martínez Garrido, a degree in building engineering, technical architect by the University of Granada, and he is a public servant of Junta de Andalucía, Andalusian Regional Management. He holds several posts, and he's also an associate professor of the University of Granada Architectural Department, and he's member of the official Association of Technical Architects. I am so sorry because the interpretation has not been completely full, and the speaker on the floor has apologized for having read everything so quickly. Thank you, madam. Sorry, we couldn't hear the speaker. I wanted to provide a small introduction, and then we will present the different speakers. Our urban agenda is basically a guideline to orient urban policies from the point of view of the environment, of economy and social spaces. The urban agenda for Spain for 2019 really gathers the international agreements in accordance to the 2030 agenda, which has the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, we can't hear very well. And our urban Spanish agenda has 10 strategic objectives, most of them within the good practices cases that we will talk about here in this round table. The strategic objectives that go from land management to using land coherently and revitalizing of the cities, preventing climate change and reducing its impacts, improving resilience, managing sustainably resources and circular economy, or favor proximity and sustainable mobility, as well as social cohesion and equality, so that we can foster urban economy. All of these principles and objectives that are strategic, what we want from the point of view of the urban agenda, an important factor to us as well, is to guarantee access to housing. These strategic objectives highlight the need to move forward with regards to regeneration and rehabilitation of buildings, maintenance and conservation of heritage, and recycling and durability. In this round table, good practices have been presented with regards to Toledo. We are going to then hear about the experience of Navarra and Bilbao, several regions of Spain. What we want to do is also have a chat afterwards and bring the public into the conversation. And I don't want to talk really about good practices, but what I want to really focus on is about the lessons learned from Navarra. So I give you the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the organization for allowing the Navarra Land and Housing Association, Nasubinsa, to talk to you about the Navarra social housing situation. If we have any questions, please, can we postpone them to the session for that? Navarra has 660,000 inhabitants and 250,000 houses. Sorry, 550,000 houses. And from this association, what we do is foster industrial sustainable development and housing. And we have to develop also policies, but bearing in mind the market. Our numbers have to be borne in mind because we are a market company. So in 2015, Nasubinsa had about 900 housing stocks and 520 for rent. We had 12,000 people wanting to rent, and that's why we created Navarra Social Housing. So the government has to have will to foster these initiatives and these responses towards the need of rental housing. All of the buildings of the rent housing plan are zero emission buildings. The first phase and the second phase followed instruments and followed standards that will allow us to be nearly zero consumption buildings. We are trying to introduce new elements within the construction of buildings that not only touch on energy efficiency, but also using locally sourced materials. Navarra has 65% of forests in its land, so we are fostering the use of wood in structural elements within our buildings. So it is compulsory in our housing stock to use biomass, for instance, for the climatization of our housing stock. We have the first phase of 1,442, then 520, and then 882 phases of different housing stocks. We have aid from the European Investment Bank, and we use innovative methods to allow us financing. The second phase of 822 social housings, we have 3 levels, 144 housing stocks which are going to be financed by Nasvinsa, 441 housing stocks which have the right to land, and 237 housing stocks which have kind of provided the use of the land for a specific time to other organizations or companies. For instance, we have real estate promoters which are private that have allowed us to, they build the buildings, but we rent them and manage them for 30 years, and then Nasvinsa has the chance to buy them back from these. And this allows Nasvinsa to have the possibility of incorporating it into the public stock, into the housing stock. Within the first phase, 520 housing stocks, 168 have already been finished and provided to the owners, and the rest 320 will be finished, and we have 32 co-housings which will be provided by 2024. In the areas where we had high demand for rental housing, this was essential. The second phase, 822 social housing, we have 144 houses that have been promoted by Nasvinsa directly, and the town halls have provided the land for this. On the one hand, this allows the municipality to provide rental houses for rent, and on the other hand, Nasvinsa is the investor. The rest of the real estate promotions are divided between the right of land use or providing the possibility for investors to build, and then we incorporate it into our housing stock. The first phase, so nearly 500 and something houses, have required 131 million euros, of which the European Investment Bank has provided 40 million euros. The land provided by the government of Navarra amount to 15 million euros. We have received as public or private promoters aid from the Navarra government, and they were 23 million euros. They have helped with the increase of prices caused by the pandemic and the Ukrainian war, and this was 12.5 million. And this really has to be understood with regards to the European Central Bank has provided us, yet they required that there be net zero buildings. So when we got the housing, so that's why we use the specific certification. The second phase relates to the 144 houses, and Nasvinsa builds with their own funds because there is high risk of there's a higher risk of rent. So in this case, with more financing from the European Finance Bank of 23.5 million, that together with the aid from the Navarran government really meant that Nasvinsa only had to invest 5.8 million. And here we have the right to land, this collaboration between the public and the private spheres. They build and we manage, and those that housing stock will have the option to return to us. The right to land is of a maximum of 75 years, and there is several criteria which are linked to rentability and the possibility of renting. All of the houses have a software of managing where they check the levels of CO2, the temperature, humidity, so that we can avoid pathologies. We have a team that manage and help all of our tenants. This was the start, this was the sustainable consumption and their indices. And we want to move towards industrialization with the help of the industrialization center in Pamplona, the BAI. We did this with their help. This is one of the videos. Unfortunately, we don't have time. This is one of the real estate promotions that we carried out, which used wooden structure, even in the roofs, which is these two buildings. This is another building that we are going to build 39 houses of wood and concrete structure. These are 32 apartments from La Espiragaña. The first 3 floors are made of concrete and the rest are made with wood panels. And this is a very innovative project of 34 houses or flats in Navalla. And the structure is above ground level, and we want to have the help of BAI, the Building and Architecture Institute. We want to create an ecosystem that fosters, incentivates and regulates the change for a productive model towards a system that is more efficient and more sustainable. Our objectives are the ones that we see on the screen. And finally, this video, which draws my presentation to our end. This Building and Architecture Institute wants to train and have masters and degrees, create patents and create or execute real projects that put into practice what we have learned. Thank you very much.
A continuación, José María Escolástico os va a contar, a dar a conocer su lección aprendida con el desarrollo, con la experiencia que han desarrollado en Bilbao. Cuando quiera.
Pues buenas tardes. Mi agradecimiento a Juan Carlos del Pino, presidente del APRA, compañero y amigo, al Comité Técnico de la Universidad, a los organizadores, excelente calidad técnica, se nota, y excelente calidad humana, que también se nota. Y además, mi enhorabuena a la organización por haber invitado a Bilbao. Veo que estáis despiertos. Bueno, vamos a ello. No me voy a repetir mucho porque tienen la ponencia, la organización los tiene el PowerPoint, que tenga interés puede profundizar en ello. Me voy a centrar en trasladar ideas básicas de lo que supone un proyecto de regeneración de un barrio, el barrio de Ocharcoaga, que debe de ser algo así como lugar de lobos, traducido, que es un lugar que todavía mantiene vida porque es de los pocos sitios en Bilbao donde a la una puedes pasear y oler los garbanzos, las lentejas, incluso ver a alguien que sale en bata paseando o hacer la compra, ¿no? Lo cual nos da la medida de qué características tiene el barrio. Es un barrio que tiene, cuentan que está en una ladera, cuentan que Franco en el 56 pasaba por ahí, por la carretera, porque venía de Donosti, de San Sebastián, y iba a entrar a Bilbao, y vio que en la ladera había un montón de chabolas, ¿no? Entonces ordenó derribarlo. Consecuencia de ello, en 5 años se construyeron 3.600 viviendas con 3 tipologías y que son entre 45 y 50.
Which are between 45 and 55 square meters. That gives you an idea of what the buildings are like. Ocharcoaga is a district of one of the lowest development indices in Bilbao. And by indices I refer to number of degree holders, the activity rate, and also the perception or receipt of social support. It's one of the districts which is lowest in the ranking in terms of development in Bilbao. And in terms of municipal buildings, there are 1,200 buildings that are manage rent inherited from this area. And the local regional agency that I represent is one that is a purely administrative organisation. It's not a mercantile organisation. This is very important in relation to the two ideas I'm going to present. It's almost as if it's like the town hall, and the rules by which it's governed are the same as those that govern the town hall. It is an agency that's 104 years old. Fortunately, over the last 104 years, there's been more than one mayor and more than one political party in power. Therefore, this sets us apart a little bit from the tendency we've seen in Vienna. But it also tells us a lot, and I want to transmit the following idea. It tells us a lot about the importance of consensus, regardless of what the idea was, regardless of the political regime. Everyone realised that Bilbao needed social housing for workers. 105 years that we've never lost sight of that idea. That consensus, that consistency has meant that Bilbao has always managed this social housing, always on a rental basis, and also with a 100% public ownership structure without any type of experiments or engineering. There's nothing here about rights or surface areas. We're very basic in Bilbao. And these 96 optional homes, I'm not a I'm not a politician, but there seems to be a lack of strategy. The model is not going to be the construction of homes. The model is going to be the construction of residential resources that are temporary and recurrent and which are vital for the population, and that is the future. And our customers are also very loyal. Nobody wants to leave public housing. Therefore, the turnover rate is very low. And I'm not joking. I'm just saying, just to put this into context, but also to try to shorten my presentation a little bit. And we really follow this policy right through. There isn't a transfer of capital from the city council, so every year we basically make money. And the profit that's made, that's between €1 million and €1.5 million, well, what do we use it for? We use it for new developments, for saving, etc. So I want to transmit this idea that this management model, which is supported by the public authorities, is possible. The data prove it. And I'm not saying this out of pride for Bilbao, but to encourage other town and city councils and local entities and societies or companies to manage this type of public housing based on efficiency and effectiveness. I'm not going to talk to you about the indebtedness level, but we do participate in 664 communities of owners. And so we participate in this huge number of communities of owners that are governed by the Condominium Act, which is the most democratic legislation which is in place. The law governing communities of owners regulates administrators, presidents and management committees, etc. And that is the gateway that's allowed us to become involved in this rehabilitation program in Orachacuagua. It's the gateway that's allowed us to move into this district in order to implement our rehabilitation plan, which is called Orain Ochar. And I'm just going to talk about our strategic focus. The main stakeholder in this renewal project, 3,600 homes in a deteriorated district, because we have 1,200 homes that we manage on a rental basis. This is a true strategic challenge, and it's promoted by public administration. Therefore, it's the administration that's responsible for setting the targets, for controlling coordination, for assessing the results, and for implementing the actions. The public administration. We have not outsourced this responsibility. The responsibility is assumed entirely by the public administration. Public action aims at the citizens as a whole. So when we had the opportunity of launching this project, we didn't think of a 10% of the population, but 90%. There was a psychiatrist who said that 10% of the population consumes 90% of common resources. And in order to simplify, I would say that it's 90% of the population that has to benefit from this initiative. This public action is structural. It was 2018 when it was launched, it's 2023 now, and it's achieved continuity, and this continuity is guaranteed. independent of any certain thresholds that may occur, but also dependent on the results of the elections. And the idea is for it to offer value added to existing public services. It's not just based on the application of the principle of efficiency and effectiveness. The aim is to ensure that through every initiative we want to ensure that each action is 100% profitable. We've got to manage a heritage and we have to ensure that it's profitable entirely. Otherwise, it's not going to be worthwhile undertaking this type of initiatives. This rehabilitation has to be based on general objectives within the district. It has to have a multiplier effect. Additionally, it has to be coordinated with the public strategy, which will control who is responsible for rehabilitation. We have to try to ensure that the adjudication of these type of projects is done correctly, that these spaces are maintained, so that if photovoltaic panels are installed, the whole neighbourhood will benefit from this. So we see this as a strategic axis. The aim is to recover spaces, since the public because when the public administration distances itself from these spaces, it loses them, and as we move closer to this space that we've lost, I'm referring to physical spaces, squares, streets, doorways. Whenever we visit these again and we approach these through renewal programs, we can recover coexistence and also ensure that people are able to live in adequate housing. It's very simple. You can recover spaces through the recovery of a shopping centre, to ensure that third sector multi-use services are able to be provided. And also incorporating a kindergarten, which will be a benchmark example of the incorporation of R&D&I in collaboration with the university. We've also managed to alter from a town planning perspective, and I can't believe that town planners have prohibited terraces from being built on consolidated buildings. That's a miracle. One of the other miracles, in my opinion, is that we've managed to get unemployed people to use this space, a space which, as I said before, was going to be used for R&D&I and the regeneration and rehabilitation in collaboration with the University of the Basque Country, to make this a versatile multi-use space, an example of energy efficiency, in order to cover the entire housing stock and ensure that we can incorporate digital solutions and energy savings for all residents and all tenants. The core idea is to take to the Ocharwaja neighbourhood human capital, ensure that the neighbourhood is known and valued and destigmatised. Our strategy actually begins the other way around. It's not a question of focusing on, or let's say centering our efforts on foci of conflict and stress, but rather working from the outside in, attracting human capital. And it all costs around 12-13 million euros. I have to say that it was initiated with 50% financing by the Basque government. We are now with Next Generation funds. We'll see if we can obtain more funds, but we will find a home for all of these people. And very, very finally, and here I will conclude, I'd like to talk a little bit about the public-private collaboration model. How have we managed to access the communities of owners to ensure that these initial, we're now at 160 homes that have been completed, 6 blocks, advancing at a tremendous pace. We have had some problems, which I will have to mention, but how have we done this? Well, if I said that the public sector has a legitimate right, what about the tenant, and explain to them what has to be regenerated or rehabilitated? And the tenant may say, well, I've managed to get by for 20 years without this. That's the problem here. Well, we've managed to do this thanks to 2 things. Firstly, legitimising the public services we made, the communities of owners, or we've provided the communities of owners with the instruments necessary to sign contracts. So the administration of projects and works have been published in the official regional gazette. Transparency, responsibility and coexistence or coherence. Secondly, we've made the technical experts available to the communities of owners in order to provide them with guidance to speed up the execution of the works and ensure that everything is completed accordingly. And the third factor, which is crucial, and here I would perhaps like to conclude before moving on to my final point, is the architect and surveyor's commitment who's working in municipal housing. Without the commitment of the personnel, of staff, there is nothing that we can do. You have to spend afternoons in the afternoon speaking with local residents and listening to the complaints. Without that, we're not going to get anywhere. Without that, we're not going to spend any next-gen funds. And finally, I would like to thank, because otherwise I won't have my minute of glory, to Professor Nazare and Vázquez, because they have been mind readers. Actually, we've signed an agreement. An agreement's been signed between the federations responsible for management of public housing in Italy, Portugal and Spain. It was signed 1 month ago in Valencia, precisely to ensure that we can consolidate or ensure that we have our own identity. And I'm very respectful of any decisions that are taken in-house in Europe and elsewhere. But the idea is to set an agenda of our own objectives. We cannot have Vienna, Oslo or Copenhagen setting the path for the cities in the south of Europe. And with that, there's nothing more for me to add. Thank you very much.
Creo que andamos regular.
I think that we're not doing very well for time, which seems to be par for the course. But perhaps what we can do is hand the floor to the other two members of the panel who've participated in this round table. And following on from that comment, Professor Vázquez Peixoto, I would like to ask him, based on our analysis of comfort, that sense of well-being that we all feel, that sense of comfort that we all enjoy in a building. In your presentation, when you referred to comfort, you referred to the need to reduce energy consumption and improve energy efficiency. But comfort, well, there's more to it than that. When we refer to comfort, we can talk about biometric or light-related or acoustic comfort, audio comfort, sonorous comfort, but there's also other aspects that we consider when considering comfort in building, ergonomics of building, ergonomics of construction. An experience has shown us that our homes are not just places we live. Our homes are also being transformed into our workplace, and increasingly so. So I think we should take steps forward in that direction. How do you see things, Professor?
Bueno, quería decirle, le he pedido antes que a ver si se podía expresar en portuñol, ¿no? Que me hiciera un poco, pero me ha dicho que no, que va a hacer
in portuñol, and he's going to make a huge effort to speak in Spanish. Comfort is something that's very important. We have ahead of us decarbonization by 2050. Energy has to be worked on, and the quality of air is crucial. And we have made changes up until now that have not been the most positive, because users can't use ventilation in a flexible way. Thus, the quality of air inside buildings is going to be degraded. Humidity is a very real problem within housing, especially in social housing, and it is absolutely necessary to question and think about intelligent ventilation methods so that we can use variables so that users can control natural ventilation. The other problem that I think is important regarding comfort is acoustic comfort, noise pollution. It is important to find acoustic comfort strategies for the inside of houses. In several countries in Europe, there is legislation that is clear regarding noise pollution. And to conclude, a very important aspect to me. We have two problems: buildings, new housing, and rehabilitation of buildings and renovation. New buildings can respond to characteristics and performance indicators that are necessary with regards to hydrothermic principles, illumination, lighting, and ventilation. But in the existing housing stock, it is a higher challenge, and there's a risk because we need to transform buildings to be able to accommodate the energy needs in a very complex environment. And it's something very complex, really, is how we use and how we maintain and how we keep what we build, because the durability of what we build today is a lot lower than the traditional construction and the durability of traditional buildings. So the quality of air, the quality of light and air, and the quality of energy is a problem that we have to face. And the other one is the durability of automatic, complex, intelligent systems that are very difficult to maintain. The next question is going to be for Sergio Nassar. After your presentation, I wanted to ask where the right to housing is, the right afforded us by the Constitution. So I wanted to ask, where are we headed with the right to access to housing in comparison to living in inhumane conditions? So where are we headed with our legal frameworks with regards to creating houses or housing which is not accessible and that is not appropriate for human beings? On the one hand, I would like to thank all of the different speakers and the lessons learned that you have shared. And I want to highlight the personal implication of all of the professionals that participate in the different projects. You know, those people that go in the evenings to talk to the neighbors. There's no success model without working hard. When we in different chairs, we talk to different political parties. We need to talk to everyone, and so we have to really work hard to talk to neighbours and to neighbourhoods. I must also add that perhaps Navarra and Basque Country are really a bit more advanced. They've have a little bit of time on us because they have housing stock for rent that is higher, and they have a lot of funds to support their prices, and therefore they can rent housing for €300. Having said that, the right to housing is not part of any constitution of Europe as a fundamental right. And in no constitution by no constitution are we afforded the right to go to a judge and say, I have the right to housing, and they would give you one. No, this is not like the right to life. However, housing is not like this. In France, however, the government of Chirac, the right wing, in 2007 approved the first law outside of the constitution that granted the subjective right to housing. The Basque Country granted it in 2016. So the right to request and require a house. France only actually fulfills 47% of its commitments to provide housing to people, and they can't fulfill all of this commitment, and so they self-inflict some. They have to pay for not having been able to provide housing for those that needed it. And I don't know whether they have money left to build social housing, but the fact that we gather it on paper social housing rights does not mean that they can provide you one. I believe that your social housing for rent before was was 250 euros, and now it's 300. But people, what they want is a house. They don't want to rent it. With regards to accessibility, people with disabilities, I think it's a great challenge, an absolutely humongous challenge. We are now focusing, most of our speakers are focusing on energy, next generation fund, sustainability. A few years ago, I went to the European Commission to talk about the next generation funds. And in that conference, we presented a report, and they told me that we had the most pessimistic report, because what we said was that people couldn't pay for their associations of neighbors, and they couldn't pay for the fees that they required for the building that they lived in. I'm in agreement with Escolástico that Portugal, Spain, Italy have the highest number of houses owned, and we are energy efficient in a sense. So really, rehabilitation and renovation is essential for an ever-aging society and population. And sometimes when Brussels sends groups of experts to make sure that things are following the course that they have dictated, we get a slap in the wrist. So it's very important to understand sustainability in that light as well. So when someone from Brussels comes and analyzes what we do, sometimes it doesn't match up. So I think the challenge that you have all presented also goes hand in hand with the fact that there's an aging population, accessibility for old people, and that's all I will say. Thank you very much. We are going to draw this panel to an end with the lessons learned that have been presented from Toledo, Navarra, Bilbao. I want to draw this session to a close, reflecting upon the things that we have talked about. We need to move towards a culture of building renovation and rehabilitation, and also maintaining what we have and preserving heritage. Recycling and durability are essential. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias por vuestra intervención, por esta mesa, por esos casos de buenas prácticas. Y nada, les invito ahora a que comamos algo, que seamos puntuales, los siguientes ponentes, que lleguen siempre un poquito antes por el tema de microfonar. Y bueno, estamos en la ciudad universitaria, yo sé que hay otras también, que por allí también tenéis, pero Granada es Granada. Estamos rodeados de sitios excelentes para tomarnos algo rápido. Y de todos los precios, aquí al lado.
There's prices to suit all. We can have something opposite or a larger meal, but please be back quickly. And for those of you who forgot to scan the QR code opposite the entrance to the auditorium, please scan your code so that we can calculate the carbon footprint. We have to be back here to start at 4 o'clock, and I'd like to ask the speakers of the next session to be back slightly earlier. Thank you.
When I gave the word, now in the